Hello, hello. Welcome on in, everyone. So let's take a look at these funny little patch notes real quick, huh? I'm not gonna get into too much detail with them. They have a link posted up. I usually let me double check. Did I repost it is the question. I don't remember if I just liked it or if I did repost it. Let me take a look here. I did repost it. I usually repost whenever Slime Rancher has updates. I usually repost. So you can find those, you know, while I'm here, why don't I just drop the actual link to the patch notes right here, right now. That is the official link for the 1.10 patch that just came out this past week. Just in case y'all are curious about some more specific details or things like that that I might not get into super in depth, or just to follow along. But their general overview kind of breaks down into four general points. One, they have new toys so that every slime type should have one, and they also hint at some special toys causing curious effects. No clue what that means, but we love a good mystery, so we'll see how that goes once we get to the point where I can actually start spending some what is it? Disposable income. Once I have disposable income to actually invest in some slime toys, we can see how that pans out. They added shadow pots, which they've kind of equate to the gold pots in terms of their purpose being to help people that are having difficulty gathering resources of a certain type. We won't be getting to shadow pots for quite a while because that's within an end game area. But worth noting that shadow pots are now a thing in the game. They have shadow slimes inside. Like I said, I won't get too in depth on that right now because that won't be relevant for a good while, but just noting that that's there. They added a whole host of new decorative gadgets. They've got like a bunch of lamps and trees. They got a bunch of slime stages and flower pillows. They have some new #1 slime stage variants, stuff like that. They also have something called a distributor and some different colored accelerators. So I assume that's something that would be interacting with objects that are launched out of, I assume maybe that's what the distributor would be. Possibly the linked cannons that were already in the game would also have something to do with those. But there are a lot of those. It is mostly decorative though. And they also have quality of life upgrades. They added some different animations and just some visual niceties. They added a skip button to the outro and credits, which I suppose is potentially good for, I don't know, maybe speedruns? They do have an animated loading screen transition now, which I'm curious to see. And then for quality of life updates, this improved and polished lighting, some better lighting transitions, some basic stuff. Here's one that's good for accessibility. You know how there's some different settings where it's like you can toggle the sprint rather than having to hold down the key? I think the vac pack also has something of a toggle for that. They did add some new setting toggles, so I want to check those out when we get in. Actually, could take a look at those now, huh? So yeah, sprint activation, you can have that set to a toggle or a hold. Jetpack activation is new, so you can have it so that you just press the jump button a second time and it just keeps going until you press the button again or you run out of energy, instead of having to hold it down. I'm gonna leave this on hold because that's what I'm used to, but it's still pretty nice. I appreciate having the toggle options is a nice accessibility feature, especially for games like this where sometimes it's nice to not have to, like, to be able to appeal and be accessible to more people. I feel like generally cozy games are more likely to have the larger selection of accessibility options, at least from my experience. So let's see, I don't remember which of these. Take a look at that. Those patch notes again, I'll open them up over here. I guess all three of these options were new ones as well. Well, here, vac shoot and vac suction. So vac lock activation must have been here before. So this basically would let you, hold on to large objects like Largo slimes or things like that, or pots, without having to hold down the suction button. This one lets you emulate the action of holding down the launching button. So if you want to launch a bunch of stuff, like you're selling plorts at the plort market, for example, that usually requires you to just sit there and hold down. In my case, I'm using mouse and keyboard, so you have to hold the left mouse button for a long time to sell them all. This would let you just double tap. It would just let you double left click and it activates the continuous shooting. So just a little bit easier on the clicking finger. And then just being able to toggle the suction mode on and off. So definitely nice to have those in the game now. Let's see what else was new. They had a new audio setting toggle. Oh, nice. They added a little bit of granularity to the sound effects volume, so you can change the volume of the user interface, the gameplay, and the environment. Things like the waterfall and things like waterfalls and weather. That's pretty nice. It is nice to have more control over individual volume sliders, and something I feel like more games should have. This always bothers me when a game doesn't have continuous audio when it's unfocused. Because, you know, when I'm streaming, sometimes I need to tab over to another window. And there are some games that just the they just mute the audio when the game's not focused, so it just goes dead silent. And it's like, come on, dude, please don't do this to me. Don't just make everything gravely silent the moment I need to do something outside of the game. So it is nice to have these options. Even better, the fact that there's a mute when paused, separate from mute when not in focus, that's pretty nice. I do appreciate having that extra layer of configuration. So that's pretty nice. Once we get into the game, we can pin blueprints and upgrades now. So we can actually get a real-time update of how much of a resource we have when it comes to trying to figure out how much more of a resource we need to gather for an upgrade. Being able to see the blueprints as we go is very nice. They say they improved the visual effects of treasure pods and their surrounding areas. I don't know what that means, so we'll have to see if we notice anything different. There's some other just general minor visual upgrades. Apparently there's a new environment interaction with the waterfalls. We'll have to check that out. These last two under quality of life updates though, these last two really got me excited for very different reasons. So last two in the quality of life section. First one, players can now run laps around Rainbow Island with less energy drained. I can only assume that means that sprinting takes less energy, which is super nice because by golly, you definitely run out of sprint juice pretty quick, especially early on when you don't have upgrades for it. And the second one, added plort collector upgrades to both the pond and incinerator land plots. So one thing that was always a bit of a challenge, quote unquote, when it came to ranching the water and fire slimes is that, I think I mentioned it in a previous stream, they basically just passively feed from their environment. And so their plorts just kind of generate over time. But because they require unique, they don't go into the regular corrals, they need their own unique setup. And their setups didn't have plort collectors, so you always would have to manually collect them unless you had a drone collecting plorts in the environment. Now with the early access, one of the conservatory expansions has a tide pool area which has natural water resources. It just has natural water pools. I used to just have the water slimes there. I just would have them in those natural water placements. This change might actually get me to build a pond plot on purpose. It's not something that I ever really felt the need to do before, but with an auto plort collector, hey, it might be worth it now. I might have to build one. At least one. But that probably won't be for a little bit still, because I still want to do more of the field work and exploration before I get too much into building up the ranch. There is a bug fixes section. The main ones I see here of particular interest, odd onions, apparently they couldn't be selected as a target for explorer drones. Now they can, which is nice. That might actually be a decent way of gathering them, since if it's like the first game, they would have a technically inconsistent crop yield from a garden plot. But I don't know if that's the case in this game, because I don't think I ever went out of my way to farm them. And then this was one that I kind of noticed, but I wasn't entirely paying super close attention to. Mark all as seen now clears the visual dot indicator for unseen items as intended. So yeah, when I was trying to get rid of those orange dots, sometimes they wouldn't go away. So now they should, which is very nice. I do like to keep the orange dots nice and tidy. I don't like having the little notifier icons just hanging out. So that is nice. That is nice to have there. Trying to see if there's anything else of particular import. I think those are the main things that interest me at the very least. Of course, like I said, I linked the patch notes in the chat there, so if y'all are interested in checking out in more detail the more comprehensive list of everything that was changed, added, or patched, you do have that link there to check out the patch notes. With all of that being said, though, I am eager to get back in here. So let's do that. Oh, that animation, the little loading screen animation. The cursor now gets hidden on the loading screen. That's pretty nice. Just a nice little bit of visual polish there to have a transition into the loading screen. Oh, hello, Bless. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? All right, I gotta figure out how are we doing on Quantum Drone Station. I gotta take a look at what we got going on. Oh, wow. I just noticed, oh, how little energy sprinting takes. Hold on, do we have any upgrades? We don't have any upgrades to the dash boots, which reduce the energy consumption of sprinting. So the only upgrade I have is energy itself. Oh yeah, I forgot I have wild honey as the next thing. Right. I am diversifying my portfolio to start with. I forgot about that. I'm setting them up so that I have the whole stretch of quantum drone ingredient resources specifically. Once that's done, then I'm gonna double down on the strange diamonds so I can get the teleportation stuff later. But let me just look at this sprint energy consumption here. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh, look how much I can sprint now. So if I didn't have an energy upgrade, that's where it would stop. I can cover so much more distance with a sprint now. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that is very nice. And it's only gonna be better once I get the dash boots upgrades. I'm just working on my lesson plans for the week. We're excited for the update. I am too. There is some very nice stuff in here. There is some very nice stuff in here. It's not super huge or flashy, but being able to sprint for longer feels so nice. And it's only gonna be better once I get those upgrades that make it even more efficient. Oh boy. Okay, the thing I actually wanted to look at. We have a new pin menu. Nice little art here. I want to pin this. Is there a certain number? Can I only have one thing pinned at a time? Let me check. Yeah, okay. So we have one thing we can pin at a time. But oh, there it is! There it is up in the upper left corner. We can see how many resources we have toward the recipe. Very nice. That is super, super nice. Here's my other question. Can I pin things from this menu? If I wanted to, oh my goodness, we can. We can absolutely pin things from the menu. We can do it from the Slimepedia. Oh, this is so nice. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's so nice. And it grays out the ones you already have enough of, so that you can just focus on the brighter ones. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh, they were cooking with this update. Oh, this is a really good update. And that's only, what, like 2 things? That's only 2 things? And it already feels monumentally better to me. And you know what's nice about this too is I can also use it as a sort of a secondary benefit of this. I can see how many flutter plorts I have in the deposit. I can see how many I have in the refinery. So I can just, I don't even have to look in there. Oh, that's nice. Actually, you know what would be really cool? I know I'm like, this is like a beggars can't be choosers kind of thing. Wouldn't it be cool? It would be so awesome, it would be so cool if you could pin a resource and just see how many you have. In the upper left, just pinning a resource the same way you would pin a blueprint or an upgrade. Just to be able to see how much of it you have up in the refinery. Just like a refinery pin. Just to be able to track a resource. To be fair, the refinery link is not a very detached way of looking at it anyway. This is pretty darn convenient as it stands. But just kind of like a fun little extra thing. But I am definitely happy with what we have now. It sure makes trying to figure out what I need to keep gathering for different upgrades and things a lot smoother. So here's the thing. Here's where we stand right now. We just need more money, basically. That is kind of the main necessity that we need to fulfill when it comes to this whole situation with getting more quantum drones. So what I'm thinking we do, I'm gonna take these guys with me. Actually, you know what? I can just fill up. Might as well. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the ranch to just keep generating more stuff. Just let it keep doing its thing. Let's go do some Gordo feeding. I think that would be nice. I'm gonna take some of these veggies with me. We're gonna keep this as a food source on hand. We could probably gather some more food as we head out here. And I'm thinking we do... I already started something in the Ember Valley, so we might as well finish that off. Because we had that tabby slime. We had that tabby Gordo that I was feeding last time. It should be just about finished. We really do just need to give it a little tiny bit extra. Let's see, any other food items hanging around I can grab? Just grab an assortment of tasty goods. Ooh, just a little bit stuttery. Just a little bit. Not a big deal though. Grab some more food items before they all get devoured, ideally. We'll go check on the quantum drone we've got going on up here. We have some wild honey here. We can send that to the refinery. I think that's all we had going on right now. I haven't gotten any more diamonds yet. But that is enough wild honey for the other 2 drone station modules that we have at the moment. Alright, I'm full on carrots, so that's good. So I don't have to worry about that. Man, the sprinting is so good. I can run forever now. We have actual stamina. Oh, the transition, it looks so nice. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, it does transition out too. Oh, that's very, very, very shiny. All right, we're pretty well stocked on food now. So we should, in theory, be able to handle some decent business here. Here, buddy. Get a little bit of extra food from the lucky slime while it was around. Okay. How do I want to get through here? We do have the rock Gordo in here. That would be good to get. Man, there's a bunch of pottery around here today. Man, I can just keep sprinting forever. It's really nice. Okay, where am I looking here? There you are. Well, I need to let my energy recuperate first. There we go. You need veggie, so we'll do carrots. Then we'll start feeding water lettuce. Dang, that still wasn't quite enough. Gotta be pretty close though. I know there's more veggies out here. Just a handful, but it's a little bit more. Don't remember if there's anything else around here that's particularly useful here. There's a bunch of tar slimes all over the place. Ooh, got ourselves another strange diamond. Waiting for us when we're next to a drone station again. There we go. That'll finish it off. And now we have easier access to this funny little spot. Whoa, wait a minute. Treasure pods make sound now? Huh? Wait a minute. Ain't no way. They made the treasure pods make sound now? Hold on, let me turn the music off real quick. Hold on. They just make sound now. Oh, this is gonna make them so much easier to find. That's crazy. I guess their time of being Solid Snake stealthy is over. You can hear it from over here. Wow, okay. That's super helpful. That's gonna make tracking them down so much nicer, especially once we get down to just a couple left in an area. It's not audible from a super far distance, so it's not busted. I wouldn't say that that's super busted by any means, especially if I keep the music on. It does get kind of drowned out by the music a little bit. But hey, at least I'll have a tactic to resort to if I do get particularly desperate or something. But that shouldn't be a problem. Heck yeah. Oh, jetpack drive too. Is that perfect little clue? Yeah, it does. It'll help in addition to my sort of heat mapping, which, speaking of which, could you imagine having that sound in early access? No, I couldn't. And I feel like that just makes the whole experience that much more acutely amusing to me. Because it's like, of course. First we have the quantum drones to really just make the things that I spent so many hours farming for super easy to acquire. And now they're doing sound cues. They've got sound cues. They have sound cues for the treasure pods now. I'm sorry, that's still wild to me. They didn't even mention that in the patch notes at all. They didn't say anything about that. Not a word. Because here, let me Let me refer back to those patch notes real quick. What do they say about treasure pods? Treasure pods. Where are they at? Improved the visual effects of treasure pods and their surrounding areas. They said nothing about them making noise now. That's literally a shadow patch. Like, they just... Hello? That's so wild to me. Oh, okay. Well, now we know. I'm gonna get rid of the heartbeats. Pick up some prickle pears instead. Because I think the odd onion is the preferred food of the crystal slime, which is where we're gonna be going next. We already fed the crystal slime, the crystal gordo, a good amount as well. So we should be able to knock these other two out as well while we're passing through. Oh, that's gonna be so nice though. You have no idea how long I spent just searching every nook and cranny of this map for treasure pods with no sound cues in the early access. Oh man. This is gonna be it's not super broken. You do still have to be relatively close to where they are, but I feel like it's totally possible to find some of the more obvious ones by accident now. Like, you could just be passing through this area and maybe hear something down below you just a little bit, like right here. Oh, hi. Hi fellas, how's it going? I feel like you might be able to hear that one just passing through the area. I can't test it because I already have it, but I kind of wonder. That will just make it a little bit easier. Still gonna need more veggies. We do have a fresh crop of carrots down here I can grab. These have all been eaten, so we'll just take these carrots and see if this is enough. Oh, that sprint is so nice. Oh, this boy's practically stuffed. He's fit to burst. He just needs a little bit more. Unfortunately, I do not have a little bit more right now. We'll need to gather some more. We should be able to get the tabby slime. I brought a whole bunch of hens, and I don't even know how many of them we're gonna end up needing to finish this off. A pretty decent amount, 13 more. Get these guys moving. Ooh, nice. I'll take that heartbeat. And this teleporter, does it show me where it goes? Yes, it goes to this. I can go in real quick, just show y'all where it goes. You remember this cave? Huh? What? Excuse me? Huh? What do you mean there's a treasure pod here? What do you mean? I've been through this cave so many times. There's no way I missed the treasure pod. What do you mean there's a treasure pod here? What is going on? Am I losing my mind here? There's no way. There's no way. They did not add more treasure pods. Hold the phone. They did not add new treasure pods, did they? They didn't say anything, but they also didn't say they were gonna make the treasure pods make funny little noises. I do not remember this being here. This feels like something I would have noticed. But maybe I'm just blind. I'm so tempted to go look at one of my archives and see if it's here. I want to check. I want to check so bad. Cause now I'm wondering. Is this fully zoomed in? I think it is, yeah. I don't know, it just feels a little too... It feels a little too out in the open for me to have not noticed it. But it is also totally possible that I was just passing through to do other things and I just happened to miss it. We get the screenshot saved. You know what? Real quick, I am gonna look. I'm gonna see if I can find... I'm gonna see if I can find it in one of my archives super fast. See if I can find that cave. And let you know if there were more to possibly find. The other thing is, I don't know if I'm in Rainbow Fields and I checked the total, if I checked the map for Rainbow Fields at any point, that could also be helpful because it would give me the total, the treasure pod total count. That would also be valuable. But scrubbing through an entire 4-hour archive is not exactly super helpful in a circumstance like this. Let me try and see, because that's Starlight Strand. Wait, Starlight Strand has 8 out of 32. How many does it have right now? 33. They added more. They added more treasure pods. They're doing the thing to me that they did in early access, where they just quietly add more treasure pods. They added more treasure pods. They're gaslighting me in real time. There were only 32 in the archive. Hold on. Eight out of 32. That's what it says in my archive video. Now I have 33 total to find. Monomi Park is gaslighting me in real time over these treasure pods again. This is the exact same thing that they did in the early access, except at that point it made more sense because they were adding new areas. So it's like, okay, new areas, new places to hide things. That makes sense. But now they're straight up just adding new treasure pods into already existing areas. I'm gonna go insane. They're gonna make me go insane again. I cannot believe this is happening. Oh, I can't help but laugh. It just so like, oh, I'm having flashbacks, man. I'm having flashbacks. Oh, I'm gonna die. What did they put in there? What was in there? I need to heal first. I need to stay out of the mix. I almost died I don't want to die, but I might die. Oh boy. It's getting a little spicy out here. Sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around this treasure pod situation happening again. This is... This is, dare I say, unprecedented levels of tomfoolery. Here, excuse me. Oh. Oh, it's a little helper pack. It's got some resources in it. Okay. I don't necessarily need to pick those up. There's a strange diamond in that mix, which is nice. It is nice that they have that in there. So it is a nice treasure pod to have, but I cannot believe they're just retroactively adding in new treasure pods. Well, I guess I can believe it. They've done it before, but under these circumstances, I thought we were done. I thought I was safe. Clearly, I was mistaken. Okay, I am gonna trade out the prickle pears. I'm gonna take the strange diamond, and I'm gonna leave. We're going back here. Because I do not want to be in that cave anymore. Oh boy. What a time to be alive. I can't believe they added more. What were they thinking? Those little nefarious gremlins over at Monomi Park HQ. Just being like, wouldn't it be so funny if we just added more treasure pods and didn't tell anyone? Let them figure it out. At least I have video proof to be able to work off of, and it's not my mind against it, like second guessing itself. I know for a fact that things are different than they were. I have literal recorded evidence supporting the reality of the situation. This is unprecedented. Partially unprecedented. There is a case to be made, like I said, that they have added stuff before. Just, it made more sense they were adding stuff before because it was being added to new areas that were also being added during early access. But now they're just throwing stuff in to existing areas. Just because they can. I guess that means that whatever map that I had before would only be mostly relevant anyway. It would still not be comprehensive because they're adding new stuff. All right, I have a destination for these pogo fruit, so let's go do that. Let me grab as many of these carrots as I can. Imagine being a cozy little slime in those pots. Someone comes and smashes it against the wall, steals your food, and walks away. How do these pots even get here anyway is the question. Hey, this guy doesn't care. I didn't steal no food from him because he doesn't eat meat, and that's all that was in there. So, ain't nobody crying foul on that one. Speaking of fruit, how do you know he doesn't care? Okay, fair enough. That is an assumption on my part. But also, do they look particularly upset? I say as I come across the grumpiest looking slime to ever exist. This is a different one. Hey, look, another diamond. Cool. Imagine if I had this kind of luck early in the game. Yeah, now I'm just gonna be paranoid and think that everything that goes better than usual is somehow a shadow patch that they just didn't talk about. Like, what if they just quietly increased the rate of diamond spawns just a little bit? Just a little bit. Wouldn't that just be the funniest thing ever? I don't think there were any more fruits for me to grab. I don't have anything else to feed the baddie Gordo down here, unfortunately. I could maybe find something over this way. I just have to run through the big old tunnel. Oh yeah. So this tide pool area, we haven't been here very much. Well, at all, basically. How about we explore here for a while? And grab some more goods while we're here. Probably come across more treasure pods too. Like this one right here. What do we got here? What's in the box? Oh, accelerator. Any object shot through this ring will gain a boost of speed. Oh, that's a fun reference. Hold on. It's rumored that too many accelerators bend time and space. Accelerate responsibly. That's a very fun reference. So, quick context. For anyone who's familiar with Let's Game It Out, there is a particular series that gained a lot of traction. They're a YouTuber who their primary sort of, I guess, gimmick is that they take games like, say, Satisfactory, which is like a factory builder game, and they push them to their limits in terms of what they can handle in terms of raw processing power. And usually ends up in a quite a chaotic sort of end result. I think with Satisfactory in particular, one of the things that they built in the game actually became something that the developers supposedly used as a way to optimize the game further, because he really pushed that game to its limits with a whole host of conveyor belts built into like a conveyor belt tornado. But one of the things that Satisfactory has is they have hypertubes as a form of transportation, and these are basically what the entrances and exits to the hypertubes look like. So what Let's Game It Out did is he lined up a whole bunch of accelerators, just one after the other, in a huge line of them. And I can't remember if he crashed the game or just really, really kneecapped its performance when he did that. But I think the bending time and space is a reference to the title of that specific video where he first messed around with the accelerators. I think you've mentioned them before, probably because of the accelerator. This is not something they added with the patch. So I think it is, I think I probably mentioned it before, back when we first saw this in the early access too. But very fun, very nice little reference. I wonder if we'll ever see a Let's Game It Out video about Slime Rancher. I don't know if we ever will, but we can always hope. As long as this accelerator is in the game, there is a chance. Yeah, he is a delight to watch. Also, hello, Ninmoon. Welcome on in. I bet it was awful. Yeah, he tends to really get the games kind of begging for mercy a lot of the time. Yeah, just a very, very fun individual to watch for games like that. If you want to see them played in a way that's, let's say, removed from the concept of efficiency, we'll put it that way. But very fun. I do still need to take a screenshot of this location, though. So let me do that real quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there were only 34 treasure pods to find here before. I get the feeling. That is really, really funny, though, that they just are adding new... I guess it makes sense that they added new treasure pods. I guess it's somewhat implicit. It's somewhat implied by them adding a bunch of new decorative, mostly decorative gadgets. Maybe that's why. We combed through those patch notes. I feel like maybe that's where the extra treasure pods are coming from, though. Is maybe the fact that there are so many new, mostly decorative gadgets and variants. Maybe that's why they threw in a bunch of treasure pods, because they needed a place to put some of them. It is one of those things where it's like, I wonder if they have a more detailed report somewhere. The thing is, like, that was the detailed report. Oh, that's not what I want. Don't do that. That's not what I want. Let me just copy. I just want to copy the URL. I don't want to... Oh, it's doing a thing. Don't do that thing. This is not a thing I want you to do. Go away. Now, I am curious. Did that notification sound pop up? Did that come through on the stream? That's good. It's something I've never gotten to share, but amuses me to no end. I went through and changed. I've had this changed for a long time, but I changed some of my system notification sounds. So that's my general alert sound. Say if I'm opening a program with administrator privileges and it's like, do you want to allow this program to make changes to your computer? It makes that sound. And whenever the computer has an error or something like that, where it's like, oh, we couldn't find where this program was located on your computer. It plays that sound. And then I think here's a fun one. While I'm on this, since I have the opportunity to share this, I want to go mod everyone's work PCs. I mean, I don't know. I won't condone it. That is your decision to make, but I won't condone it. Just on a matter of principle, I feel like that's the responsible thing to say here. I want to see... I don't know if there's a way for me to... They're very structured, or IT would be so upset with me. Yeah, I imagine they probably wouldn't be super thrilled, which is why I won't condone it. I don't know if there's a way for me to demonstrate it here. Maybe here, I've got an idea. If I unmute web browser and I try to find something in the page, let me see. Does this work? Yes. So if I try to find something on a page, you know how there's like a little sound that'll play whenever you're trying to find something in a page, and it's like giving you a noise that says, hey, there's nothing, you're not finding anything on the page. I changed it to the task meow. So I can just, if I'm not finding something on the page, if it doesn't exist on the page, then I just get that sound. It's a little more fun. But I think possibly one of my absolute favorite changes that never ceases to amuse me is the sound I gave emptying the recycle bin. So if I just have something in the recycle bin and I need to delete it, here's the sound I have set up for emptying my recycle bin. Please enjoy. I think my sense of humor might be broken. Because for some reason that's just funny to me now. Which is why I put it there in the first place. And I'm not gonna do a couple of the other sounds that I put on because it requires plugging in and unplugging devices. Where it's like, you know how there's a sound for when you plug in a new device and then another sound for when you unplug it. I changed the new device plugged in sound to be this one. Yippee! And I changed the unplugged sound to be this. Wah. So I just made my computer a full joke. My computer is just a joke now. Oh yeah, I'm sure OBS would be so happy if I started removing devices midstream. Yeah, that would go great. Yeah, I'm just looking on the official... Yeah, like the official patch notes are exactly the same as the ones that they have posted on the Steam page, which is where I was personally reading from. And it doesn't specifically explicitly mention anything about them adding new treasure pods or that they added sounds to them. So those are totally just, those are just shadow patches that they put in. Yes, I'm very happy that I got to share my funny computer noises. So yeah, whenever an error occurs or something like that, it's just Metal Gear Solid alert sound. Because of course it is. That just makes so much sense. But it does make life more magical. For sure. I hope you all have enjoyed my presentation and are inspired to create your own computer's soundscapes. I mean, it is just as simple as going into the settings where you choose what sound happens for which events and just redirecting which audio file it's looking for. So you just set up a folder with your sounds that you want, and you just manually assign them one at a time. It's very fun. It was a fun experience just being like, oh yeah, I could totally just do this. What is the description for the wheelbarrow? Despite backpack technology making many manual hauling devices obsolete, wheelbarrows persisted for their advanced ability to get in one and go wee. Get in the wheelbarrow and go. Oh, I'm having too much fun right now. Oh man, I did not expect to have this kind of energy today. Because yeah, in addition to having my IRL business I took care of yesterday, I also worked 3 hours of overtime on Friday night. So yeah, what is this? What is this suspiciously shaped wall? So yeah, I wasn't expecting to have anything above relatively reserved energy for today, which is also, you know, probably a good thing I wouldn't have tried to stream yesterday anyway, because of overtime being what it is. But you know, it's good. It's good that I got some overtime, mainly because the money is useful. I do like having a little bit of extra fundage to work with. There are definitely things it can go toward. Is this a plort door inside the cave, maybe? Maybe. I'll have to take a look. Okay, so apparently the waterfalls also have a new interaction. I'm guessing maybe that splash is different? Maybe. I never shot things through waterfalls to begin with, so I don't really know if that's what's different. But maybe. Maybe they just didn't react visually to things passing through. I mean, that would be my best guess. Oh, more fruit. Ooh, more fruit. Ooh, is that even more fruit? Awesome. These guys don't need fruit, they're fine. More will grow. But that would be my guess. Unless maybe we test it on a smaller waterfall, perhaps. That's the only other thing I could think is maybe those waterfalls are different from some of the smaller ones that we can find, say, like in the Starlight Strand. We'll be heading over that way at some point. We'll have a chance to test it out. I think this is a spot the strange diamond can spawn, if I remember correctly. This spot is a really good place to get primordi oil and puddle slimes. When you first come up here, they spawn a bunch of them. And there's almost always 2 or 3 geysers of this stuff up here. So this is a really good spot to grab some. And of course there's another treasure pod, because why wouldn't there be? Just gotta save my screenshots here. What's in this one? Yeah, I don't remember the contents of any of them. Ooh, the vac tank component. Very nice. That will come in handy at some point when we're in the market for some upgrades. Hey, look, treasure pod. Let's take another screenshot. Let me save this one. That is really funny though that they just added new ones without saying anything explicitly. Bountiful teacup. That's fun and whimsical. So, how about those drones? Yeah, how about those drones? Oh yeah, you guys are a problem. I forgot, you guys are Angie. Whoa. And very bouncy. Apparently they don't like the drones. Yeah, I have not made any new drones aside from the first two that we had last time, mainly because they cost 5,000 new bucks each. So I figure we take the time while the ranch is just kind of accumulating some more plorts and such to go out and get some exploration done. We've cleared out a handful of Gordo slimes. So we're opening up some different fast travel opportunities. And we also discovered that they added new treasure pods in between last week and this week with the new patch that they put out. I had to go and look at one of my archives to make sure I hadn't just totally overlooked a super obvious treasure pod. But the numbers don't lie, and neither does the footage. It definitely was not there before. But hello, Jay. Welcome on in. I see you've been checking out Metroid Prime 4. Sounded like you were having a pretty decent time with it so far. I'm kind of living vicariously to a certain extent because goodness knows when I'm gonna get the chance to play that for myself. So I'm just kind of getting to hear what people's general opinions are overall with the game. Because from what I had seen from the different trailers and general discussion and stuff like that, I wasn't entirely sure how it was gonna pan out. Well, that's good you're enjoying it. And that definitely counts for something. Let's see, we need an angler plort, but I would have to make space in my inventory for that. And if there's one thing I don't have, it's inventory space. We could make we could take a calculated risk here. Since I'm consistently getting diamonds anyway, I can drop them off here by the cubeberry tree. Drop down. I just need to find one angler plort. Bring this over. To where we need it. Yeah, to answer your other question, I'm doing all right. I wasn't expecting to have as much energy as I do right now, because I've had to work a bunch of overtime Friday night. Which, you know, it's mixed blessing. It's certainly beneficial to have the extra funds for doing that. But of course, working an extra 3 hours is definitely going to take its toll regardless. Let's see what's down here. See if I can make this shot. No, my plort. Well, I should have grabbed more while I was over there. Lesson learned. Also, lesson learned. The collision is a little bigger than it would visually appear to be. Not a big deal though. There were a bunch of angler plorts over here if I remember correctly. Where was that at? Oh, we're a little further over this way, yeah? Oh, here's a few more. That should be fine. I'll just take the straight shot this time instead of trying to do a weird diagonal. Yeah, I mean, leaving the diamonds where I did is marginally risky, but definitely a pretty calculated risk, and it's not a huge deal if I lose them, because the drones give me a bit of a safety net. That should open up the door, I think. I hear it opening. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna go around this way. Go into the depths here. That's so weird hearing the treasure pods make a noise. Yeah, that's something else that's new. Apparently they made the treasure pods make a noise. They didn't used to do that. So that is 100% new. In addition to them just setting up new ones in places that there weren't any before. Listen, I did some It Takes Two yesterday after many years. Oh, how'd that go? I think the only part of it I ever have seen. Ooh, golden sure shot module. That could be pretty nice. Is from like the clip compilation. I think that's the only amount of it I've ever seen. From you guys specifically. I've seen bits and pieces of it being played by other people. And my diamonds are still here. So the calculated risk has paid off. I don't need the chickens, I'm already full inventory on them. Take this fruit and veggie haul though. Yeah, streaming energy, maybe. Overtired chaotic energy, probably more likely, to be fair. I can definitely feel that once I stop streaming, it's gonna hit me. Like the moment I stop the stream, I'm just gonna collapse at the desk. But in the meantime, I'm having a great time. We've gotten a lot done here. Let's see, I'll take a couple more fruits. You guys can have that one. What else do I want to do while I'm here? Well, we restocked on food supplies, so we can go try and finish off some more of these Gordos. I don't think we'll have enough meat items for the boom slime, but we can still make a pretty decent dent in that process with a full backpack slot of chickens. It would be nice to grab at least a little bit more lava dust while we're here. At least 3 more. Just to give us enough for the 2 drone station modules that we have. Pretty fun, deep story. We didn't murder each other. I'd say that's a win for a co-op game. You played nicely and didn't end up totally hating each other by the end of the experience. That is a win. So yeah, co-op experiences can definitely be a test. Hey, this wasn't here before. This must be one of them new treasure pods. This feels like it wasn't here before. 'Cause I've been up here already. And I sure don't remember seeing this. But then again, at this point, I feel like I basically have to question everything. I'll take it anyway. Oh, more resources. So yeah, this one is definitely new. Well, cool, we got another diamond. I'm not gonna worry about picking up those resources though. Yeah, I guess the splashing effect must be the new thing about the waterfalls, because it didn't seem like it affected the physics of the object that I shot into it. But I don't know, it would require like going back to my other archives and seeing if there's any moments that I ever shot something through a waterfall, which is pretty unlikely. Oh hey, more diamonds sent to the quantum cloud. Very nice. Let's go check out if we've got enough. We should have enough by now. This should be enough to get the Batty Gordo slime handled. Oh, it's so nice having that extra efficiency on this sprint. Very nice, very nice. How's it going in here? Carrots are still growing. There's a bunch of chickens. Oof. Alright. That's this guy taken care of. Oh, and another treasure pod. You know what that means? Picture time. I mean, we are only down to a few more treasure pods, and I'm pretty sure at least one of them is behind that boom Gordo. Let's grab this. Oh, why did it start sending out its contents before the thing opened? Oops. Hi, Monomi Park, I found a bug. Guys, I found another bug. Start sending out its contents before it was even open. It was just so eager to give me another diamond. Okay, let's see if this is gonna be enough or not. Probably not, but it will still be a good step in the right direction. Oh, you're doing the good work for us all. The thing is, I have to actually submit it. The odds of them finding this, either this stream or the subsequent archive, are incredibly small. That's a good practice. Yeah, I probably should look into the bug submission. I think they actually have something in the patch notes where it's like, if it's not something that's already in our list of known issues, you can open a support ticket or something. They have it linked in those patch notes that I shared earlier. Listen here, what? I'm all ears. What's up, Bliss? What do you need to tell me? I'm listening. Never mind. Okay. We will leave it at that then. I'm just gonna fly around a bit more. Well, I do have a free inventory slot now. Oh, chicken! Be saved from the fire. Well, I guess I'm gonna see how many chickens I can potentially find in the surrounding area. Oh, hello. There's another one. Come here. You go away. You go away. Get out the dang way. Bunch of regular chickens out here, but that's not what I'm looking for right now. Any briar hens hanging out up here? There's one more. Yep, there's a few. That should help narrow the gap. If this doesn't do it, then I'll probably just gather some lava dust and head back to home base, because we've been away for a bit. It'd be good to check on the ranch and make sure that everything is still stocked up to some sort of degree. I'm gonna pop over this way real quick, grab whatever lava dust is over here, and then we'll double back to take that one-way home teleporter. This area is a little dicey. Just a little. Because not only are they doing their ground pound slams, but they also have the boom slimes crossover. So they can just explode and do damage that way too. So you gotta be careful around here. Could be minding your own business and suddenly explosions happen. Hold on. Is there something down here? I wonder why this would be here. I don't see anything in particular. I don't see anything down here. Do you think they'll add a treasure pod down here at some point? Because I don't see anything else. I don't see anything down there. I don't know, that feels like a potential spot for another treasure pod to show up in the future. I guess I should keep it in mind. Let's grab more lava dust on the way out here. Just grab what I can find. The guitar music is pretty fun. It's a nice little composition. I do end up hearing it a lot though, when I'm out in the field. So there's that. I'm gonna head back up this way. Because there's potentially more lava dust over here on the way through. Oh yeah. There's a few geysers of it. Oh, I'm actually gonna fill up. I'm completely full now. I ain't got room for no more of them. Straight up. Literally can't hold any more. Trying to look around and see if there's any immediately visible treasure pods that I might have missed. Lazy Cat wants to know if she can give you a tip on collecting items with drones. Sure. I am open to suggestions. Because I'm still pretty new to them, so I haven't had a chance to really experiment much with them, so any input at this point is valuable. And very likely will teach me something new that I did not know before. Well, I don't see anything new over here that I haven't grabbed in terms of treasure pods. That leads back down to the tide pool area. There's a spot where you can collect lots of lava dust in Ember Valley. Oh yeah? I mean, this little canyon spot definitely seems like a decent candidate. Either that or where all of the baddie boom largos were hanging out, the feral ones. I mean, I imagine that primordial oil, it would be good to set up in that tide pool, yeah, in that tide pool area where there were a bunch of puddle slimes that spawned as soon as we approached it. That would probably be a pretty decent place to get the oil. But yeah, I appreciate the input. It is good to have an idea of where to set up for good spots for these resources. Because right now I'm just kind of placing them where they're most conveniently accessible. So I'm not emphasizing maximum efficiency of gathering. Yeah, that other water area is good for blah blah oil. Yeah. Yes, it is good for quote unquote blah blah oil. You gotta say the full name, otherwise it's not as funny. Because you know they called it primordial oil. Like primordial. Isn't that cute and quirky and hilarious all at the same time? Gotta get these guys all filled up on their auto feeders. My child is showing she would like more spelling practice. I mean, to be fair, primordi isn't exactly a word. It's phonetic. Yeah. Yeah, it's based on a word. It's wordplay, so you can kind of extrapolate. Just want to try and get an even distribution of these here. See, we've got 12, so we can split up another 3 for each of them. We'll have a pretty decent supply spread across the board. Okay. Now I still have all these fruits and veggies. I don't really know what to do with them. I mean, I guess I could use them in the Starlight Strand. We do have the ringtail slime that I think we fed some food to, but not a huge amount. The flutter slime doesn't take normal food items, so that's going to be its own pain in the butt to kind of deal with. I'm thinking we might set up a drone just to collect nectar and then use that to feed, have that be the way that we get the nectar to feed the Gordo. Who else? That's a meat eater. So we have a couple of meat eaters left. I mean, is there any reason for me to hang on to these specifically? I don't know. I'll hold on to them for now. There's no reason for me to just throw them out entirely. Let's see here. Actually, you know what, real quick. Drop these off here. Let's toss a handful of chickens in here for these guys to eat. They'll get a couple of extra feedings in here because they seem like they were hungry enough for it. Okay. All right. We'll get these turned in. We'll clean out the plorts from the other corrals, and then I think I'll probably take a bio break at that point. I was planning to take one basically right at the start of the stream while the initial ads were running. But the space I was wanting to occupy was otherwise occupied at that same time, so I needed to wait. I think we also just got a delivery that I would like to get inside the house and not leave it sitting out on the porch. So I'll probably do that at the same time. We'll we'll clean out these plorts first. Since the flutter plorts are full now, I'm thinking we can switch over to storing the cotton plorts and selling the flutter plorts. Because I would at some point like to get all the resources in the refinery. The ones that are reasonable to max out at the very least, I want to try and get them maxed out again. Or at least keep that in mind as a long-term goal. That way I don't have to worry about going out to gather resources if I want to craft something up. Like, say, resource flags, if I ever really needed to make those ever again. I feel like with the drones, it's between my time playing in early access and just knowing where they are, knowing where the spawn points are through experience, and the drones kind of automating the process so I don't have to run from point to point nearly as often if I don't want to. I feel like it's not even really necessary for me to make the resource marker flags anymore. How many cotton plorts do we have in here? 594? That's a pretty good amount. Just gotta get this all cleaned up. Yeah, these things got pretty full while I was gone. But that was kind of the point. Just go out and be gone for a while. Come back to resources. I'm thinking once we get these last two quantum drone stations built, since I don't have any additional modules available to me as far as I'm aware. I don't know where I would go to get them specifically. They may be available to me, but I don't know where they are. I figure at that point I can start looking into more of the personal upgrades. Starting with getting more storage capacity on my backpack. So I don't have to make quite as many back and forth trips for something like this. We do also have another message at the comm station, so I should check that. I'll do that after the bio break, though. It's important for me to take care of myself. Just like it's important for you to take care of yourself as well. I need to get better about taking regular breaks during the streams, so that I'm not just sitting for the entire 4-hour stretch, or in some cases longer than that. And I just saw that quantum cloud pop-up happen, and it just occurred to me that with all the diamonds that we found diamonds in the world, but also in those new treasure pods that they placed, we actually ended up with enough diamonds for the quantum drone stations that I have modules for. But we still need the money. So that is something that I might do some more in-game. I might do some more sleep for 6 hours, maintain, sleep, maintain, sleep, maintain. Do that a little bit, just push the money a little bit further. Since we have everything else that we need at this point. Resource-wise, it's literally just new bucks that are holding us back. And I would like to get some more of those resources passively. I know I would set one of them up for lava dust. Maybe I could also just set one up for the moondew nectar. Do that now while I'm heading out to the Starlight Strand next. And just kind of have that start churning in the background while we do other things. Just let that sort of passively build up. But yeah, I will leave this music going for now. And I am gonna go take a bio break and just check in on a couple of things around the house. Make sure all is good. So I will be back in a little bit. If you need to take a bio break as well, now is an excellent time to do so because this isn't going to be like a super brief one. So I'm going to be checking on a couple of things. So yeah, feel free to take a moment, check in with your body, see if it needs anything. And if it needs something, go ahead and take care of that. Now is an excellent opportunity to do so. Tell the cats I said hi. Will do, bless. Will do. I will be back in a little bit. Hello, hello. So I went to get the package. The cats were sleeping. They tend to sleep a good chunk during the day. But since their cat tree is right next to the front door, I did. And like, it was kind of unavoidable that they would be awoken. But hey, that means I got to tell them you said hi. Yeah, I wanted to specifically make sure I brought this one in early and didn't leave it out for a long time because we haven't had any issues with like porch pirates or anything like that. I haven't heard much issue with that sort of thing around here in particular. But I figure I just want to be on the safe side with this one because it is an early Christmas present from a family member. We're gonna have a blender. We can actually do blending stuff now. And I know in particular that my fiance is very much looking forward to making use of that. So yes, we will have yet another appliance to add to the kitchen and try to find counter space for. We do have a few things kind of vying for space there right now. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. But yeah, so I just wanted to make sure I brought that in. So it's not sitting out on the porch for the whole rest of the day or something. Or at least until I'm done streaming. I figured getting up for the bio break was as good an opportunity as any to just bring it inside. water lettuce is pirouetting around me. Alright, real quick while I'm thinking of it, let's check the market here. Don't know if there'd be anything specifically useful in Pronto Mart that... Oh. We've got the funny backwards music going on right now. Seems good. Oh, here's our drone station modules that we can purchase with more new bucks. So keep these in mind. 20,000 and 100,000 new bucks, in addition to the 5,000 it takes just to craft the things. But there's at least a couple more that we can grind out some money for, if we so choose. I don't think there's anything else that I want to grab right now. Here's a distributor. This is one of the new things that they added. Vacs up nearby objects and shoots them out the other end. It will pick them up from loose on the ground or from various collectors, depots, or silos. Send objects further than ever before. Only functions with a rancher nearby. That's probably a good idea. Let's see. Slime toy. Now, I want to consult the list. I want to see which of these... I want to be able to keep an eye on which of these were added in the patch from last week. This one is one of the new slime toys. I think this was in the first game, but I guess they just didn't have it in this game yet. But now they do. And since these come up at random in the Pronto Mart, I do think it's worth dropping some money to get at least one of each unique toy here. I do want to get these, even if it does set me back a little bit on money. The only trick is figuring out where to store them. I guess down here is as good a place as any. Just stash them in here for now. I'm not gonna worry about distributing the toys, because I don't even have necessarily a clear layout for the long-term ranch. This is very much a short to middle term kind of solution here. This is not how the ranch is gonna look by the end of the game. This is mainly just making quantum drones as painless as I possibly can fathom to make the process of actually getting the resources for them. Let's see, we've got a handful of new messages here, so let's talk to Victor first. Beatrix, I have something I must share with you about the AI. As you know, we have been exchanging questions with one another. Well, this back and forth became faster and more casual over time, almost like a natural conversation. I assumed it was simply evolving and adapting to the style of talk it observed in me, but then something happened. Well, we had begun playing games of Go as we talked, a way I could further test its intellect, and no doubt how it could test mine. These games would go long into the night, and so would our conversations, feeling more and more natural, even though I knew that the entity I was speaking to was just a complex collection of code. And then, one day as the sun was rising, it suggested just one more game. I said, certainly, but I needed to make myself a cup of coffee if I were to stay awake for it. And it replied, me too. I just stared at the screen, not knowing what to say. But then, suddenly, as if it knew what it had just done, it disconnected. I have not heard from them since, but I hope I do. Until then, I will wait, staying busy with my work as always, asking those questions that need answers. But I will do so with the Go board ready for another game. Someday, anyway. Goodbye, Beatrix. I hope to talk again soon. Hey, he spelled all his words correctly this time. Good for him. Good for you, Victor. You got it. He's figuring out how to spell his spoken words correctly. But very interesting. So, somebody was posing as an AI? Masquerading? I wonder to what end. Beatrix, I'm glad you called. I looked over at the pics you sent me of Rainbow Island. No doubt they are a sight to behold. Beautiful, with colors that only go richer the longer you look. But unnatural too. I'm sorry, but something about that place is not right. As you may recall, I was once the head of a very successful insta-food corporation. Genetically altering food was our specialty. I'm not proud of the lengths we went to alter natural food to grow bigger, faster, and cheaper, to strip it of the good stuff in favor of profits. I say this, Beatrix, because I can still spot a plant that has been unnaturally altered when I see it. And the beautiful rainbows you see before you on that island did not arrive there naturally. It is not clear to me if this spells any sort of danger for you, but it gives me an uneasy feeling in my stomach. I need to do more research and get back to you. Stay safe, amiga. Also very interesting revelations here. The whole rainbow thing is not naturally occurring. So Rainbow Island shouldn't be rainbow. Well now, if it isn't Beatrix LeBeau, old Hobby and I were just talking about you. Word is you went off to parts unknown of this here rock with a thirst for new adventure. Atta girl. You just keep on walking to see what new wonders are around the next corner until your boots have holes. And then get yourself some new boots and do it some more. Me? Well, my boots have seen better days, but I know there's still an adventure or two left in them. I suppose I just need to figure out what. Aw, heck. I'm rambling just like Hobson does after he gets to talking about exploring, the cosmos, cooking, or pretty much any other topic. For anyone who doesn't know, context is Hobson is the one who was leaving the informational nodes around in the first Slime Rancher. He's basically where we would be getting our synopsis of areas and just some general diaries and travel notes and things like that as we explored the far range. Alright, B. You hang in there. I'll be calling to check in on you. Doesn't matter who you are. We all start feeling it when home is beyond the horizon. Oh, and before I forget, here's a little something for you to spruce up your new place. It ain't much, but you need to do what you can to make that place feel cozy. Oh, taming bell. Well, thank you. Will calm the anger of any feral slime that hears it. Honestly, I might consider making some of those, considering the situation I found myself in that cave earlier, where it almost became a real problem. Let's pop back here real quick. keep up with these folks back here. Okay, these guys should be fine. They have food. Look at them playing around with that pogo fruit. Isn't that adorable? Bring in that elder hen in there so that they have a little bit of extra food. Take these plorts and move along here. Just drop those off. Let me check real quick. So yeah, let me see. I wanted to check upgrades. Tank booster. Oh yeah, we need angler plorts for that. I'll need to grab some of those. Extra tank needs rock plorts. That could be worth going out of my way for. Yeah, I think we can get 10 rock plorts pretty easy. Just go out and gather them in the field. I think I know where I would want to go for that. I'm just trying to decide what order I want to tackle things. How's power on these guys? Oh, they're still pretty decent on power. I figure I'll refuel these drones when I head out to the Starlight Strand again. I'll just bring some extra plorts with me. But I might make one more trip to the Ember Valley. Try and finish off this Gordo here, grab some rock plorts while I'm there. I would like to get one more quantum drone station though, so I can place that down at the same time I'm out there. So let's do another quick rest here. Pronto Mart has a new selection. Let's see if there's anything slime toy wise that's new. Do I have the beach ball? I don't recall. I don't think I've bought any of the slime toys except for the soulmate one. Because this was just down in the slime science area. Don't think I've bought any. Meow. So I think I will grab. I want to grab one of every toy. It is gonna set me back in terms of money, but the more of them I get up front, the fewer of them I'll have to specifically look out for later. That's my logic anyway. Let's get the food resources set up. Let's see how many are here. That's 9 more of them. Okay, so we'll do this. Ten of them there. 10 of them there. 9 here. And then we clean them out. I'm gonna hold off on putting more cotton plorts in the refinery. At this point, I kind of need the money more than I need to be bolstering my already plentiful supply of cotton plorts. Especially if I'm going to be buying slime toys with some of it. Arguably, I could keep farming more money beyond what we need for these next 2 quantum drone stations and get the modules from the Polestar division market. But that would take a long time to just sit and farm up that much money. So I think the time would be better spent doing other things. We'll be passively gaining money from other things that we're doing anyway. We're just over time just letting the ranch kind of do its own thing. We don't have to sit here and farm it specifically. Like, that's the type of thing where if I was going to do anything off stream, which I'm not planning to, I still want to make that, still want it to be everything happening on stream, just to have it be the complete truest experience of playing through. That is the kind of thing I would be doing off stream, is just this process of gathering funds and resources. Let's see, this next bout should be enough to get the money we need. So we have 13, so we can do this setup again. I heard someone eat some food. Give me those plorts, I want to use them. This should give us enough for one of the quantum drone stations. Oh, it even gives you a little check mark up next to the name to indicate that you've got everything. Very nice. I'm thinking we build this one, and I know that I still have another drone station module that I could be using to build another one if I had the money for it. But since I don't want to spend too much time all at once just sitting here and farming up money. What I want to do is take the drone that we build right now, take that out to the Ember Valley, and we take care of a couple of pieces of business while we're out there. Take a little business trip out there. So let's build this one. So now we've got one. Can I build any other upgrades while I'm here? Nothing I'm specifically interested in right now. Well, actually, how many refinery links can I build? I have enough money for 3. I'd like to do that. Let's get some refinery links set up too. That will definitely help alleviate some of the early game situations where we don't have drones to gather all of the resources. Having some refinery links set up will be just a nice extra little bit of peace of mind. Let's get this food distributed. Okay. With that, oh, well, might as well get this too since it's fully grown. Okay, let me think about what I want to take care of out in the Ember Valley here. We want to get 10 rock plorts. I have veggies for that in case I need them. I want to go out here, get this boom slime fed with some more chickens. Hopefully we'll have enough. It'll be enough to finally get him behind there. And then in this little canyon area where there was a bunch of lava dust, I want to set up the quantum drone there. So it would be good to pick up some extra surplus plorts to fuel it up as we head through to that area. So that's the general plan. Just take care of all that. So let's see, I'm gonna need a bunch of chickens. I'll take 20 of them. I probably don't need a full inventory, and we might find some more along the way too. I just don't want to completely kneecap the repopulation of the coop there by taking too many of the chickens out. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about gathering food along the way because we already have full inventory slots. So I'm just going to pass through here. While we're passing through, might as well real quick just cash in the strange diamonds and the wild honey. Just get that secured. Yep, see, here's some chickens right here. And it's enough to completely fill what I was missing. So we're all good. All right, let's see if we can find some rock slimes while we're heading through here. I'm thinking I go through the caves first. I would like to get some angler ports too for upgrades, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. The rock plorts are the more important resource to me right now. And take these heartbeats because they'll get more plorts per feeding out of the rock slimes wherever we happen to find them. Yeah, the efficiency of the jetpack is still not what I would consider great. Sprinting may be more efficient. Jetpack, definitely not. I do want to drop down here. This is a good place to find some rock slimes, pretty sure. Yep, plenty of them down here. And tar slimes, unfortunately. Sometimes they're a little bit fun. Just want to grab as many of these rock plorts as I can. Get rid of these tar slimes, because they're only going to cause problems. Stop it. Get out of here, rude dude. There's some more. I'm hoping for 10 of them. Ah, dang. This guy ate the heartbeat. Let's see. No, come back here. Come back here, sir. Sir. Sir, I need your assistance, sir. Sir, come here. Ah, he's lost. I didn't want to hover too far over the edge, but we lost him. Tragic. Oh, there you are. I was wondering where he went. I'm trying to see if this guy will eat more, but I don't think he's hungry. That boy just ain't hungry. Okay. Since these guys are probably not going to want to eat any more food for a while, we'll head out to the main thoroughfare. So there should be some rock slimes out here too. Oh yeah, plenty. Plenty of them. Oh. There might also already be some food they've eaten and left some plorts behind for me. We should be able to get what we need here pretty easily. Nice. I actually managed to interrupt them eating a plort with them eating a food item instead. Sure, if you can manage to actually eat that. Awesome. Alright, we've got 10. That's all we need. We could take extras, though, to fuel the quantum drone when we set it down. Oh, right. The other thing I wanted to do real quick while I'm here. Is this... Nah, I don't want to set it up here. I'm trying to think of where I want to set up my refinery links. I think having one over here would be more valuable right now, though. So what I had in early access is I had one set up in that sort of open field area with all the geysers that we were just at. But then I also had one over here. Just because there was so much, I was picking up so much lava dust that I needed a place to put all of it. So this is where I had the refinery link set up. It was around here somewhere. I don't think it really particularly matters where. We could just nestle it in between these rocks here. I want to rotate it just a little bit more to face. I want it to face a little bit more toward the open area and not be at quite as extreme of an angle. Right there's probably good. Okay, we'll let that build, and then let's head over here. I'm thinking somewhere around here would probably be a good spot. Oops, that's me running out of energy. Thankfully, this doesn't do too much damage. Let's see. Yeah, I think over here would be a good spot for it. Set it up right. Where can I set this? That's kind of a weird placement limit here. Let's see, where would be a good spot to put this? I like to have it toward the edge of something, but maybe I just have it here? I don't know. I like to have it against a wall if possible, but it's not giving me a great spot for it. For some reason it's limited right here. Maybe this will be good enough. Right there. Ah, this is acceptable. I don't usually run through here too often, so I don't think it will be very obstructive to my pathing. Let's have you gather lava dust and start program. All right. It will do its thing there. The refinery link should be built now. So I want to drop off these 10 rock plorts and then just start gathering whatever plorts are in the vicinity that I can feed to the quantum drone to fuel it up. Handy that. Seemed like crystal plorts were probably the more plentiful of the ones I had been seeing around. It's the one I noticed there being the most of in general. So we can grab those. I don't see any other ones down there. There's a lot of lava dust down there though, so I'll probably and gather some more. Drop that off in the refinery link. I just want to get this guy fueled up a bit more. 78%'s pretty good. Now let's go get that lava dust and then we'll go feed that We'll go feed that Boom Gordo. Since we'll be right around that area. A pretty good haul of lava dust. And another 11 of them. Plus whatever more is over this way. Because this area is really good for it. Just basically this whole area in general is a good spot. But that section over there and then the section right before coming over here, those are both pretty decent spots to grab some. Grab that. Suppose I can go around and grab boom plorts if there are any more plentiful amounts of those still remaining. Doesn't look like it. Seems like pretty much everything has been consumed at this point. Alright, let's do some more feeding with the Boom Gordo. There we go. We only needed 8 more. Pretty good. Suppose I should have been more mindful of the explosion, but we're fine. There are 2 treasure pods back here. Hey guys, take it outside so you don't explode indoors. Come here. Come here, buddy. Alright, let me see here. I think this is... I'll figure out how I want to mark it later. Oh, well, I need the map to be zoomed in a lot more so I can actually see it. What I'm taking a screenshot of here. I don't remember. I think the pulsing of the circle around my current location, I think that's new too. This is 32 plus 33. Because they're both in the same spot. Let's see, the one on the ground has another strange diamond in it. That's it. Just a diamond. At least it's a nice guaranteed diamond. And an Ember Valley portal. Allows one-way travel to Ember Valley. Okay. It's pretty nifty. But that's not all that's back here. There is a little bit more. What we have here is something interesting. I don't believe we have what we need to be able to actually work with it right now. But definitely keep this place in mind. There is something going on here. Mysterious doorway with some interesting devices nearby. So yeah, just keep this place in mind for the future. Let's check out this GG log real quick. This gate is still sealed too, so I really must have been the first to enter since it was abandoned. It was here that I had my first doubts. I thought I was talking to engineers, problem solvers, people who could fix what I found. But once we left the labyrinth and met up here, I saw they were smiling. They were excited at the sight of opportunity. The company had sent their money people, not engineers. I don't think they had even considered stabilization. It wasn't long before it all collapsed. Capitalist corruption and greed. Even Slime Rancher isn't immune. Even in the Slime Rancher universe, we have corporate greed. You hate to see it. So let's see, I want to get this diamond put away. I want to jump up. You can grab this lava dust real quick. Toss it in here. We have some oil. Might as well grab it and toss it in here real quick too. And I'll just grab whatever plorts happen to be nearby. There's a handful here and there. Let's do one final refueling of the quantum drone before we leave. Since we're heading this way anyway to get to the teleporter. Well, it's at 106%. How is that compared to the other ones? Yeah, that's about on pace. Okay, let's head on back home. We made our trip to the Ember Valley that I wanted to. Oh yeah, the lava dust getting sent to the quantum cloud. I did forget about that. Not a huge deal though. We're doing pretty decently for supplies. I was trying to think if there's anything. I think since we have a drone grabbing strange diamonds, we have one grabbing wild honey, and now we just set one up for lava dust. I think we're good on world resources. I don't think there's anything else we need to be harvesting from the world itself in terms of drone recipe ingredients. So I think we're good to set up the 4th quantum drone to just start gathering moondew nectar. So we don't need it to be gathering any other resources. Not at this point anyway. Give an extra 3 to each of them. Alright, before I clean out this area, I would like to open up my second backpack slot again. Need to have 2 of them open so I can gather 2 separate plort types. We can put these guys back in the coop. At least some of them. I'll leave some of them here in the corral. Do that. Now we can take care of our plort business here. Honestly, I might consider just setting up a refinery link back there at that expansion. It's not really necessary right now, though, considering I just need to come back up here anyway, and it's just right here. Just something to think about. Those refinery links are probably better used elsewhere, though. One thing I should do is, well, I need to start putting flutter ports back in here to make up for the 100 that I used to build that other drone. I need to take a look at getting that vac pack storage upgrade real quick and get that squared away. What was I aiming for was the one that gives me an extra slot, rather than making the slots themselves hold more. It will be helpful for being out in the field mainly, not so much for the ranching, because I don't think you can hold two separate slots of the same type of item. So like I wouldn't be able to hold cotton plorts in two separate slots, even if one of them filled up to maximum capacity. I think you are limited to just one slot for each unique item. Can't double up. Last I checked, anyway. I don't know if they would have changed that between early access and the full release. I don't know why they would. But worth testing, I suppose, just to make sure. Nightlight, favorite of the phosphor slime. We will grab that, thank you. Thank you. We'll just set that in the laboratory here. Okay, cool. One thing I guess I could do that would be a little bit smarter than what I did in early access. I think early access, what I did was I set up the two-way teleporters to basically be at the start of each. Well, did I? I can't remember how I set up the teleporters. It's been too long. So never mind what I did before. Like, I need money. I straight up just need more money. Yeah, that would be the limiting factor here, huh? I suppose it might be worth looking into hybridizing with a more rare slime type, just to get some more valuable plorts out of it. I don't know though. And we can do another handful of maintenance rounds. We do have another message to the comm station, so let's check that real quick. Oh, hey Victor, what's up? Ah, Beatrix. I was cleaning out the lab and found this. Perhaps you have some use for it? I believe it's still in working order. You know what they say. One person's trash is another person's hastily issued gift. Enjoy. I agree. The spontaneity scares me too. Ooh, blue return home portal. Thank you, Victor. Oh. Oh, look who it is. It's everybody's favorite totally human boy. Hello, fellow human. Has gifts for you. Yay, chickens! I love how most of the gifts are from Bob are just rocks. Very fun, thank you, Bob. Very cool. Oh boy. Always a delight to see that, man. Okay, so we've got some more return home portals. So I guess it would make sense for me to set up the one-way portals and then have the one-way return home portals basically be right next to the area entrances. Let me see what I need for that. Mark that as... Let me see. It would be under warp tech. Let's see. Oh, we could build the blue return home portal. Ember Valley portal. We need more boom plorts and crystal plorts. Okay. That is fair. I wonder what we need for the green teleporter that I haven't seen any of it yet. The snowy teleporter, at least I have some idea. You see it takes strange diamonds, so that's the other thing we'll need them for. After we're done with the quantum drones, they'll still be relevant for teleporters. I wonder if it's just because well, I don't know, I bought the green teleporter, so I don't know. I was gonna say maybe it's because I haven't bought the blueprints that I can't see the requirements for them. But I don't know, that green teleporter is a bit of an enigma for now. Maybe someday. But yeah, teleporters would be handy. Would be handy for getting from place to place a little bit quicker. I think for now, let's prioritize getting this fourth drone. Get that set for the Moondew nectar collecting. One thing I wanted to check. So here. Top drone has 83. If I sleep for 6 hours, how much energy does it have now? Okay, it does take energy during the sleep cycle. Okay. That does make sense. Which means that I'm gonna have to go refuel them pretty soon. Honestly, you know what? Considering that they all basically just need a bunch more fuel, what if I... I don't know, I kind of want to get here. Let's do some upgrade gathering. We've been working on resources for the drones for a while. Let's get what we need for some tank booster upgrades here. So we have a couple of storage cells. We could get the extra tank if we had enough money. But I think the tank booster would be very valuable to have more of. So let's go get some angler plorts. I'll take what I can carry of regular plorts here. So I'm just gonna take these. I'm gonna go to the Starlight Strand. Because I know that there's the tide pool really close to the entrance of that place. And we have not been there this session, so ideally it should be pretty fresh. So what I'll do here is I'll just dump all of these cotton plorts in here. Give it that overcharge. 189% is pretty good. We'll cash in what's stored in the quantum cloud right now. Just have that sent directly to the refinery. Not gonna worry about picking up random stuff along the way. Slime science resource-wise. Where is this guy set up? Just right there on the other side. Okay. So I'll go over here. We'll put all of these flutter plorts into the other drone. And then we'll wrap back around through the tide pool area on our way back out. Well, these flutter plorts are really effective. Look at that, 367%. Ooh, that's real good stuff. I'm kind of tempted. I'll take one of the painted hens with me. I would like to maybe have them be what I grow in the coop. Let's grab some angler plorts. They're just lying around. A handful of them. Pretty good number. Just need one more. There you go. Just that easy. If we come across any more, we could also grab some extras. Just cause, you never know. Never know if having a few extras of these might be handy. Grab those and get moving, because feral slimes are going to cause a problem for me. Some more rock slimes here. Looks like all of the angler plorts got consumed already. So we'll just move on out of here. That's all we're really here for, just a quick trip to gather some angler plorts. Let's just toss them all in the refinery. And then, I don't know, we can gather some random jellystone that we come across along the way. Whatever we happen to see as we're passing through. Nothing too particular. Now, there is one gadget I would love to unlock, but I don't remember if it's something I find in a treasure pod or if I just have to wait until I can get it from one of the comm station messages. But it will make traversal much smoother. We already have that slime toy, so I don't feel any obligation to drop a bunch of money on it. That's part of why I want to just buy the new slime toys as they show up, because it does just randomly cycle through. There's no guarantee that the next toy that comes up is going to be a new one. Grab all of these. Alright, and then I need to drop off the painted hen. I'm just gonna mix it into the current coop right now. Oh, well, I just saw a chicken explosion happen over here. Look at all these chickens that are escaping. Yeah, that'll happen when the coop gets nice and full and you have a bunch of chicks all age up into chickens and roosters at the same time. Sometimes they launch each other out of the coop, and so they'll end up outside of it. And that's how you end up with escaped chickens. So I figure what I'll do is I'll cut down on the number of regular chickens that are in here. Leave the painted hen in there. And we'll just drop these guys off. These guys will have a good food supply for a while. And eventually we'll get some more painted hens in the coop once they propagate. And I figure we'll just do a slow replacement. Because regular chickens you can find basically anywhere. They're super easy. And they're very early game accessible. The painted ones, though, are not quite as immediately accessible. You do have to go to the Starlight Strand to find them. Okay, let's see here. We'll do a quick orc collection here. Grab what we've got in these. How many flutter plorts are we working with in here? Oh, I can just get that filled up, and then we'll sell the rest. Because I need the money. Need the money for a handful of things. I think we're back to being full on the flutter plorts in the refinery anyway. Alright, let's go get this tank booster upgrade. The first one was already super helpful. So let's get another one. Thank you very much. Now we can hold 40 of an individual item. Do need more angler plorts though, 12 more. Wonder why it unpins. After crafting it, I guess maybe you have to repin it? Interesting if that is the case. And we need a bunch more money too. Well, here's what I'm thinking. We need to go back anyway. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Let's... Well, how's the Ember Valley doing? 87? Do we have any... I think I'll take some plorts and head over to Ember Valley real quick. Do a quick refill. With what we've got here. Oh, who did that? You did that. Give me those plorts, we can use those. Now let me see something real quick. What's the fastest way to get there? Probably just the normal route. We can grab more food along the way too. Because now I have slots for all of it. Or now I have expanded storage capacity to hold more of it. I'm gonna grab a handful more stuff. Grab a couple of extra cotton plorts here just to be cheeky. Since I'm already carrying a stack of them, I can just grab the ones that are already here. Works out pretty well. So if you use a one-way teleporter to an area, I think it brings you just to here. It brings you to the entrance teleporter. I believe that's how they work. Give me that. I mean, you don't get much money from them, but it's still something. Okay, let's go. Up here, and then send me up. Oh look, treasure pod. I heard this one. That's the reason I came over here, is I heard it, so hey, we're already getting some value out of that new change. Take a quick screenshot of this. And I think, is that the... No, there's still one more. There's only one more we're missing. From the Ember Valley. Wonder which one it would be. Yeah, now we're only missing one more from this whole area. Which is pretty neat. There it is! That's the thing! The dash pad. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Ooh, we are in business now. Let me take a look at that right now. Allows you to briefly sprint with 0 energy cost. It takes crystal and angler plorts, so I think we're probably going to make a new corral just for that. Because these things are so good. I had so many of these set up everywhere. I basically just had a full relay system of dash pads. You could just tap each one of them as you pass through an area. And it was super nice. Because as much as the new efficiency is very nice, Can't get much more efficient than 0 cost. 0 cost with all the benefit. There is nothing better. If I'm not mistaken, was there a treasure pod up here somewhere? I feel like I remember that being the case. I'm keeping an ear out just in case there's something. I'm not hearing anything. Maybe I went too high? I could have sworn there was something around here. Maybe I'm overthinking it though. Maybe it was over this way. So there's that one. It's always a bit nerve-wracking whenever we're down to just the last treasure pod. So it's just me racking my brain like, oh, where could it be? Which spots haven't I checked yet? I can think of a few areas that I haven't really looked thoroughly. So I'm not gonna worry too much just yet. There's no reason to panic. No cause for alarm. Like this amphitheater area, I didn't check it super thoroughly the one time we were over there. Let me go down here. Oh, look at all this lava dust. Just look at this, 4 geysers all in a line. This place is crazy good for lava dust. It's insane. Let's see, 303%. How's our totals looking? It's looking pretty good. I may as well gather the actual lava dust straight up. Since these resource geysers are just right here, might as well grab them. And then I am gonna explore a little tiny bit before I head back. Just to see if there isn't some way I could find that quote-unquote final treasure pod. I'm not gonna call it the actual final treasure pod of this area, just because now they've set a precedent that they may add more treasure pods in future updates. And I don't want to get totally bamboozled if they do decide to add yet more treasure pods. This is where I thought there would be another one, so there we go. Intuition was spot on. Let's take that screenshot. And as far as what is available in version 1.1, this is the last treasure pod of Ember Valley. That was a lot more painless than early access was. I'll tell you that much. Let's pop this bad boy open. Carousel. I do love this one's Slimepedia entry. I love it when developers have some fun with their flavor text. Riding a carousel around and around is a wonderful way for slimes to have fun, because going in circles is always fun. Just like how riding a carousel around and around is a wonderful way for slimes to have fun, because going in circles is always fun. Just like how the cyclical flavor text has a direct parallel to the carousel item that it's meant for. Very cool, very fun. Like I said, I love when developers have some fun with their flavor text. But there we go, we've got all the treasure pods that currently exist in the Ember Valley. So barring any new ones that get added in future updates, we have Ember Valley crossed off the list. While I'm here, I can also maybe pick up some more crystal plorts. So what I'm thinking, we take this lava dust, we go drop it off at the refinery, along with whatever crystal plorts I may have. And then we'll take the tide pool area. We'll take the tide pool area back and grab some angler plorts along the way. Grab these crystal plorts, and it looks like boom plorts would be the next ones to grab. I need this guy out of here. Go away. Toss these in the refinery. Try to grab as many of these plorts as we can before they get consumed. There was another crystal plort up here. Bank a couple of baddie plorts since they're right here. Okay. Grab these. This is the reason I mainly was thinking of grabbing the boom plorts on the way out. There were just a bunch of them on the way. Be nice if I could deposit these baddie plorts too, but I don't think I have. Well, I can use them for fuel. They don't have to go to waste. They just aren't coming home with me because I need to grab angler plorts. I need them more than I need baddie plorts right now. Feels nice not having to think about looking for treasure pods in this area though. It's the benefit of being diligent. We just got it all cleaned up. We don't have to worry about it anymore. There's one gadget that would be nice to have here, is one of those jump pads. Because I do not have those. And this is some pretty sheer verticality. It is difficult to surmount otherwise. Alright, tide pool area. Let's drop down, grab some angler plorts, whatever we can find as we're passing through. Not gonna worry too much about getting new ones by feeding the slimes that are here. Just gonna try and focus on grabbing the ones that are already present in the area. Just like that. Let's go this way. There's a bunch of it over here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This place has been busy. Very busy. Hello, angler plorts. That's a good number of them. 26 more, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's a pretty good haul. Where is my pinned recipe? Oh, I don't have it pinned. Why? Why is it not pinned? What happened to it? I'll have to pay more attention to that. See what's going on. Let's toss all of these in the refinery link. Do the same for these. And then I can just keep an eye out for resources along the way, I guess. I'm not going to worry about the plorts. I don't want to go to the Starlight Strand until I have that 4th quantum drone, because I want to just get that set up while I'm there. But the real limiting factor, of course, is always money at this point. Because I need it for upgrades, I need it for gadgets, and I need a bunch of it. Let's feed from this direction today. Cool, cool. Once I get the maintenance out of the way, we'll check that message at the comm station. You never know, could be something useful. Oh yeah, I only had 9. Oops. Oh well, not a big deal. Now that we have a capacity of 40 for each of our vac pack tank slots, it's gonna make this process a little bit easier on me. So I don't have to make quite as many back and forth trips. It's not a perfect solution by any means, but it's still better than it was. I can get more done per trip. Why are you so grumpy, dude? Why are you grumpy? Man's being a grumpy Gus. Yeah, I forgot I can get more water in my water tank too. I guess I got a little bit while I was at the tide pool, just picking up the angler plorts. How we doing over here? Still a bunch of regular chickens right now. providing some potential value as sustenance. Let's see. Toss these in the refinery. Oh, what do we got at Pronto Mart? What's going on in here? Let's take a look. We already have the beach ball. We don't have to buy it again. Looks like some new feeding is happening, so I might as well clean these out. Simple enough. I'm curious at some point once we have some drones to spare. I'll be curious to try out the rancher mode, since we're pretty well familiar with how the explorer mode works at this point, at least on a baseline level. If there's any more in-depth hidden intricacies to it I might be missing, that's a different issue. But we have a pretty solid grasp on how it functions in general in the explorer mode. So once we have some drones to spare, I think it'll be interesting to try that out. Let's see. Ooh, we need stuff from the Powderfall Bluff for this one, and another storage cell. So yeah, I think we won't be doing any more tank booster for a little while. I think the extra tank is probably our next. Well, you get the dash boots if we get enough money. That would be handy. I would like some dash boots. I think ultimately it just comes down to we just need more money. We just need so much more money. Because that's the main thing holding us back on a lot of our upgrades right now. We just need a little bit more cash flow. Let's check out this message that we got at the comm station here. Ooh, got a couple of them. Ah, Beatrix. I was cleaning out the lab and found this. Perhaps you have some use for it? I believe it's still in working order. Oh, we got some ribbon streamers we can build. Thanks. Hey, amiga. I got you a little gift. It's not homemade, and it's not pie, and it's not a homemade pie. But I thought you would like it all the same. A shame about the pie, though. Ooh, super hydro turret. For those times when one hydro turret is just not lethal enough. I love your new hat. Hello, human person. Yoki. Yoki plus chickens. Chicky, 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 chicky. Yoki doki? Yep, I got the hint. Thanks, buddy. Kind of a multifaceted hint, actually. I've already talked a bit about the Yoki slimes, so I guess that's the in-game hint for them. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's kind of cool that they have something in the game that tells you about their existence, albeit not directly and explicitly. Just a little bit of an esoteric hint. If you know what they're talking about, then it makes total sense. Otherwise, it's just kind of like, oh, what's Bob rambling about today? Really, Bob really is just, every time we talk to him, every time we speak with a Bob, it just feels like one of those moments just like, oh, I like your funny words, Magic Man. Because boy, he does got some funny words. And I think we can all agree that they are indeed a magic man. Although man might be stretching a little bit, considering their actual physical composition likely isn't human. But who am I to question? Of course Bob's human. It's so obvious, right? They're totally a normal human person. I'm getting these dash boots because I would like to be able to have even more efficient sprinting. Thank you very much. Please and thank you. Ooh, and we just need more boom plorts for the next one. Very handy. Oh, weird. Oh, weird. Hey, Monomi Park, I found a bug. I found a bug. Hold on, I gotta open up a... I have to open up a document so I can keep track of these things. Okay, hold on. Let's see, Slime Rancher to bugs. Let's see. Mark all as seen. Causes pinned. Hold on, I gotta type it correctly. Pinned blueprint to be unpinned. I imagine that's unintended behavior. That wouldn't make sense for it to purposefully function that way. Let's see. I'm gonna have one at the bottom that's just various typos, and then see screenshots, because I do have a couple of typos. Funny enough, they're all from Victor. Poor dude. That's why I made that comment earlier about him actually being able to spell his spoken words correctly. What was it earlier? What was the earlier bug? Oh yeah, the treasure pod. Do I remember which one it was though? I think it was one in the Ember Valley tide pool, right? Treasure pod. Treasure pod expels contents before opening animation completes. I can look back at my footage and find out which one it was. So I'll probably do that after the stream. So I'll just make that note there. Okay. Cool. I love being a playtester. It's fun, even if it's not something that I'm doing on purpose, and I'm certainly not being paid to do. I think baddie plorts might be a good one to go for. We need them for... We need it for more maximum energy capacity and for our next jetpack upgrade. For them to be more efficient. See, I think baddie plorts would be a good next investment. Next thing to go for. Let's see. How about this? I'm not gonna wait around and try to get the... I'm not gonna wait around to try and get the final quantum drone control station that we have access to right now. I'm gonna go get that hunter slime. No, not hunter slime. The ringtail slime. I want to get that ringtail Gordo dealt with. I'm gonna grab these plorts along the way. As many of them as I can. And I'm gonna toss them in the drone along the way. Since we're heading this way anyway. Because it is the lowest fuel. It's the one that's lowest on fuel. And I would like it to keep going because it's providing a very important resource right now. I need it to keep making those diamonds. Let's see, are there anything in here? Doesn't look like it, nothing important anyway. Alright, let's toss these plorts in here real quick. Get some overcharge fuel on it. 201%. I guess we can cash in the stuff that's in the quantum cloud right now. Let's grab what's here. I wonder if there's a faster way to reach the maximum value. Okay, that should be fine. Let me check actually how much. Yeah, it's still the lowest, but it should be okay. Alright. Ringtail slime will eat anything, so we don't have to worry about that. Should be able to just go over, give it a ton of food, and have the teleporter that it's blocking open up. And it's nighttime too, which is perfect. Because this is the only time it would be accessible, or feedable rather, is during nighttime. Because they turn to stone during the day. May as well grab some of these plentiful cube berries. And then, which way do I want to go here? To the left, okay. Get up here. Oh yeah, I forgot there's also the honey Gordo over here. I guess I can feed it what Q berries I do have. And then just leave it for another future visit. Because I don't want to feed it all. Actually, yeah, let's get this done. Let's get this guy fed here. We have so much fruit, it should be fine. Sure taking a lot of fruit. Maybe a little more than I bargained for, but it's fine. Hello, Honey Slime. Honey Slime and I go way back. Slime Rancher 1, this was my... That was my hybrid to cross over with everything. Okay. So now we're in this spot. We need a couple of phosphor plorts here. We can get another treasure pod though. Might as well mark this. Or take the screenshot rather, and I'll mark it later. We don't need the Ember Valley folder anymore. At least not for right now. Gosh, we are way behind on finding treasure pods in this area. This is only our 10th one out of 33. Well, it used to be 32, but then they added a new one. Alright, got ourselves a decorative piece. Up here, okay. Now it is nighttime. I wouldn't be surprised if we could get some phosphor plorts out of this. First, I want to deal with the tar situation. Since we've got a natural water source here, it's pretty straightforward to accomplish. Let's see here. No, you stop that right now. This area is becoming a bit of a liability. Let's clean up some of these plorts. We can just use them on the drone here. Because the other thing we could do is, this is usually where I would put a refinery link. So I could put one here. Let's see. Sure, right here. That should be fine. Just clear up these plorts that are on the ground right now. Try to clean this area up a bit. Come here, buddy. Have some fruit. Thank you. I'll need to grab that, so let me... Cotton plorts I'll toss in here for feeding, because I already have so many of them. I want this. I need one more. One more phosphor plort. I was hoping there would be one more fruit on the ground. I guess I can sacrifice a pogo fruit. Just get this out of the way. Okay. So we can just get both of these doors open right now. There's one. And we go across over here. And there's the other. Nice easy through line now. Don't know if I want to go down there right now. Yeah, now that's open down there, so I don't have to go through the Gordo area to get there. Toss 10 honey plorts in the refinery just because I can. Let's see, I want to make my way toward the ringtail Gordo because time is a wasting. It's not going to be nighttime forever. Let's head that direction. Let's keep on moving. We're not too far off now. Grab a couple of berries while I'm here. Yeah, Starlight Strand I've not done very much exploration of during this playthrough so far. Hopefully all this food is enough food. Yes, it is. There you have it. Portal open. Where does this portal lead? Back to the Rainbow Fields, and a pretty early part of it too. So this is what I was talking about earlier when I've mentioned the example of being able to go all the way to the opposite side of Starlight Strand without having to run through the whole area. teleporter is going to be very nice to have. I figure we can make the trip out here and get that taken care of. Main reason being, when we do have a drone and we come back here to put it in place to collect Moondew Nectar, like this, we'll be able to just use the teleporter to get to this part of the map a lot faster. Would you look at that? This has to be a new one. This is definitely a new one. They put these here very intentionally. So I feel like this has got to be a new one too. I'd be curious to compare my numbers that I had at the end of early access. Because this is going to be number 16. I feel like I remember 16 being the number before. But I could be wrong about that. There's going to be some resources though. Yep. More deep brine jellystone and another diamond. That seems about right. There's another one over here though. So we take another screenshot and that just leaves one more treasure pod somewhere in the Rainbow Fields. As far as what's in the game as of 1.1, of course. Let's see what's in this one. I can't remember. Pink Warp Depot, okay. Nifty. This looks like a good way to go up. Oh, look, there it is. I figured coming over here would be a worthwhile venture. And here's all the rest of the treasure pods. They're just all in this little area. And that means we're also finished with Rainbow Fields treasure pods as of 1.1. So there you go. Making pretty good progress on these treasure pods. Certainly going a lot smoother than early access first time playing through. Beach umbrella. Nice. Worth being careful in this area because this is a feral slime area. So you'll want to be mindful of the present company because they are not the friendliest or the most gentle. There we have it. It's a pretty good setup going on. We got some teleporters unlocked, getting some good resources. I'm gonna put this Moondew Nectar in storage for now. Let's see, we've got some crops to distribute here. Do that real quick. Cash in the plorts for some more money because we always need more of that. 7 to each of those, then we can do 6 to each of these. Okay, let's gather plorts. Get these cashed in, and then we will check out the comm station because we got another new message. I also need to figure out what blueprint I want to have pinned real quick. So yeah, that's weird. Like, say I have the dash boots pinned, and then I mark all as seen. Oh, if I don't have anything new to get rid of the marker for, it doesn't. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I guess this would be something you kind of have to go into potentially a new game to replicate this bug. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. Could use some boom plorts, could use crystal plorts. I think mainly we need stuff. We need plorts from Ember Valley right now. Seems like kind of the next thing. Okay, so mark all as seen in another menu does not affect the blueprints menu. I want to keep track of that. Mark all as seen causes blueprint to be unpinned only in blueprints menu so far. Just to keep track of that little detail. It does matter for accurate replication of the bug, for them to be able to test it. It's always good when submitting bug reports. Try your best to narrow down the details to be as specific as possible when it comes to replication. Because one of the most important steps in being able to resolve a bug is being able to figure out what's causing it in the first place. So being able to have a strong and specific idea of exactly what you're doing that is causing the bug or the glitch to happen. That is very valuable knowledge. It is definitely worth trying to be as clear and specific as possible, especially when attempting to explain the replication process to somebody else. Because the more exact you can be in what you're doing at any given step of the process, the easier it will be for other people to replicate that process consistently. Just one of those things that's good to remember about bug reporting. The more specific you can be, and with the more clarity you can provide in the way that you describe the process that you took to encounter that bug or glitch, the easier it is to have the developers narrow down what the problem might be and be able to resolve it. It's one of those things where my meticulous nature definitely comes in very handy, because I am very much about that level of detail and clarity. So I'm pretty well suited to that sort of write-up and trying to narrow things down as much as possible. What can I say? It suits me. Beatrix, I received another message from the AI that I have been in communication with since your arrival on Rainbow Island. The message was somewhat personal to me, but also contained vital information for you. So in the interest of presenting all data to its fullest, I will read it verbatim. Victor, thank you for chatting with me over those many days in which I got to know you better. I must confess that I had entered our correspondence with the aim of verifying your scientific ability. Our correspondence has not only assured me of this, but, unexpectedly, has provided comfort and companionship in the dark days that I now find myself within. I am sending you a partial blueprint to a gadget I tried to develop, but cannot. If you can complete it, I believe it is the key to entering the Grey Labyrinth. Please understand, Victor, that I never meant to deceive you, but I need to know who I can trust in order to stand a chance at fixing things. If that happens, I'd love to meet you someday. I'd love to play another game of Go over coffee until the sun rises once more. And that's all it says. What was given to me was a complex blueprint of partial schematics and, frankly, almost alien code. I have spent days analyzing it, and believe I have modified it into a finished state that should perform the task that it was designed to do. At least, I hope so. To be frank, I do not wish to let this person down. I feel I owe it to them, as a friend. So allow me to grant you the completed blueprint per their instructions. It appears to be a device that you will need to use near the entrances to the labyrinth, but I am afraid I know little else. If unsure just how to use it, well, experiment. That is the only way to know the unknown. And good luck, Beatrix. It seems we're all counting on you now. There it is, the Radiant Projector. The all-important gadget that we will indeed need, not just to get into the Grey Labyrinth, but to plumb its depths even further beyond just merely entering its walls. We will get to that a little bit later. I need to remind myself of what the recipe actually requires in terms of resources. Because not only has it been a long time since I last played the early access, but this was also pretty close to the tail end of the early access updates, so I didn't get to spend a super long time with it either. Oh, lo siento, Beatrix. I've been putting in a few long nights reading lately. Specifically, I've been going through every field guide and botanical research paper I could dig up on the far, far range. I thought that even if the flora on Rainbow Island is unnatural, maybe it would have been recorded somewhere with some information we could use. And it turns out, there's nothing. I can't find a single mention of rainbow-hued flora anywhere. So that means that whatever happened at that island to make it look the way it does happened relatively recently. But I don't think you needed me to tell you this, because I think you've seen it yourself. The things you've described, an entire portion of the island split between two different colors right down the middle? Starlight Strand mentioned. That says accident to me, Beatrix. So tread carefully out there. Nature can be a dangerous thing to us, but it pales in comparison to what we can do to it. I'm going to keep digging around in my library for anything else that could help you. And if I come up short there, maybe I'll just bake you some muffins. Either way, tatango, Beatrix. Adios. This device can help restart long dormant devices in the Grey Labyrinth. Let's see. Yeah, we need Hunter Plorts, Boom Plorts, Silky Sand, Lava Dust, and money, of course. We're always gonna need more of that. So let's see, Hunter and Boom Plorts, okay. So we are gonna need some plorts from Starlight Strand after all. We'll get to that though. In due time. I'm not gonna worry about that for now though. Let's dump these in here. We'll head to the back and check on this corral. I am thinking it might be worth investing in some teleporters in the nearish future. Just start getting some faster travel networks here so I don't have to run through the rainbow fields every time I want to get somewhere. As much as that's not really as much of a problem because we've unlocked some shortcuts. Still would be nice to have it be even more direct route. So let me take a look at blueprints. What do we need for those? Under warp tech. What do we need for Ember Valley? We need boom plorts and crystal plorts. I think that would be a good thing to just get some resources invested in anyway. I am contemplating maybe I swap out. We can add an extra area. We can just have them in the cavern area over here. Or actually, for the sake of convenience, we could do this. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. We have this corral back here. We have a coop with a bunch of chickens in it. What if we make another corral here? Give it the high walls. Give it the music box. Give it the airnet. We don't need a solar shield for it. Get the plort collector. Just have this ready. What if we bring back a crystal boom slime and start getting the crystal and boom plorts that we need? That way we can just pull from the same chicken resource that we already have set up back there, since boom slimes are carnivorous. And just set that up right away. And it would be hardly any trouble at all. Excuse me, just gonna grab some food here. For what it's worth. I don't know if there's anything specific I'm gonna need this for at this point. Trying to think if there are any other Gordos I need to feed with roots. I don't think I do. Fruits or veggies, I don't think either of them. Pop this open. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need these for. Not right now, anyway. It's the only Gordo that I have here in the Powderfall Bluffs is also carnivorous. And this guy only eats nectar, so honestly the food items are just to feed slimes in the field as I'm running around at this point. Which could be useful. But I definitely don't need to prioritize holding on to this much food. Just gonna refuel this guy a little bit. Because he's still the lowest fueled out of all of them. But that should take care of it. Okay, considering that I'm going for crystal and boom slimes, I think it would still be valuable for me to take the standard entrance to the area and go through to the hot zone. Well, actually, I don't know. Well, I'm going this way anyway. Might as well just stick with it. Just because I couldn't think of whether or not there's any closer spot that's more immediately accessible for boom slimes, but it's fine. What I will do though, I'll travel back through here, grab some angler ports where I can. Where I'm able to. So we do still need those, I think. What? Wait a minute. My recipe got unpinned again. I'm trying to figure out what causes it. Let me see. I have this. Oh, we don't need angler plorts. That's not what I need. I need baddie plorts. That's what I'm looking at. Let's see, I have jetpack. What if I look at a different recipe here? Let's see, we have the Ember Valley portal. Okay, let's keep an eye on that upper left area as we progress here. I'm not gonna worry about grabbing any of this stuff. Let's just get over to where I need to be here. I'm gonna keep an eye on that pinned recipe and see if I can spot when it disappears. So I wonder if maybe teleporters are also messing with it or something. Just need to keep a closer watch on what it's up to. Because I feel like I'm missing something. Because I didn't use the mark all as seen this time. Let's pop down here. Yeah, here, let me... I want to get rid of these. I don't want them to be... as easily reachable. Let's see, I want you to get out of here. I'm trying to think which plorts to take with me. Because I want crystal, boom, and baddie. I guess I could get rid of the fruits. Free up that extra slot. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the fruits. Free up the extra slot so that I can carry all three types. I'm mainly hanging on to the crystal and boom plorts though. I do need an actual slime to take with me too. I figure that's something I can grab when I deposit the baddie plorts at the refinery link out in the open area. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. There's really not much in the way of baddie plorts in here. I think the baddie slimes that were in here kind of got devoured by the tar outbreak, which was not ideal. I just need this guy to eat something. There we go. I somehow managed to get him to eat the preferred food out of all of that. Here, you need to come down. Eat one of these fruits, please. Thank you. Perfect. I have 5. I need 8 of them at minimum to get this jetpack upgrade, but that's not the only thing I want them for. So we'll see what we get from this area too. Because there's some baddie largos in here too, I seem to recall. Or at least it's a possibility. Oh, that jetpack efficiency would be really nice. Would hit real hard right about now. I'm just gonna try and grab as much as I can down here. It seems like everything's still pretty fresh. Now's about as good a time as any. Look at all these plorts. Not only can I make good use of these, but I'm also helping to prevent a tar outbreak at the same time. Because I'm minimizing the number of... minimizing the potential for that triple plort problem to happen. There are 3 distinct types of slime, all in this particular zone. And it could cause a real issue if they happen to get out of hand. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm gonna grab a boom slime to take with me. Actually, I want to grab 2 of them. So we can set them up. I think we'll be fine on baddie plorts for now. I can at least get the jetpack upgrade, which was the primary aim of this exercise. In terms of getting the baddie plorts. Alright, let's head back. Let's see what we want to craft up here. First of all, let's get our new slimes set up. Free up some inventory space here. I am thinking a refinery link would be good back here now that we have 2 distinct corrals that are going to be part of the equation here. So let's put the refinery link right here. actually. Let me set it up at a diagonal so you can hit it from more angles. It's a little better there. Okay. 2 boom slimes. Give them each the crystal plorts so we can get our boom and crystal plorts at the same time. Let's take this bunch of chickens. That painted hen is still in here. I think I need to get rid of more of the regular chickens. Because it's not even getting a chance. Let's change that pool size there. Let's give this one about 30 to work with. 35. Because this one, we only need so much. Okay. It's not maximally efficient, but it's effective over time. That's basically all we need. I'm not looking for a huge ton of these plorts right out the gate, but we're gonna need them for a handful of things, so it's good to have them working in the background. Let's see, is there anything else? I think we're good to just toss these into the refinery here. You guys are good now. Let's get these managed. Since they just had a new batch of regular chicks showed up here, let's get rid of the regular chickens. Try and get this painted hen started here. There you go. And we'll go maintain the rest of the ranch here. So we just need a little bit more money to be able to get the jetpack upgrade, which will be very nice to have, because boy, that jetpack does burn through energy like nobody's business. Let's see, 39 over 4 of them. We can do 10 for all of them except for the last one we do 9. We'll get all these plorts out of here. Once we get the jetpack done, I want to see if we have the resources to get the Ember Valley one-way teleporter active. It'd be nice to get those started. Getting that network set up would be pretty nice. Let's get all of this stuff cashed in. And then we'll see where we stand in terms of resources. All the different upgrades and stuff I want to get made here. let's go take a look here. Let's do some slime science and what we got going on here. All right, for sure, I want to get the jetpack upgrade. So that's all good. No reason to have that pinned anymore. Literally cannot be pinned when it's fully upgraded. So that's done. We do have what we need for extra tank, but I need more money. We have what we need for dash boots, but I need more money. We have everything except for baddie plorts for the power core upgrade. And more money. I mean, is that really any surprise at this point? Ember Valley, we're just missing money. Blue Return Home Portal also takes rock plorts. I think I'd want the extra tank before I would want to get a second return, a one-way return portal. So yeah, we just need more money. That's just the long and short of it. I know it sounds like a broken record at this point, but that's what this all boils down to at this point. To get the upgrades that I want, we just need cash flow. I forgot to check Pronto Mart as well. This might also take a hit to the finances here. Oh, the trash can slime toy. Oh, it's 1,000. Oh, jeez. I don't even have enough money for that right now. I'll only have enough money for it after I've do a bunch of selling. Trying to get the feeding to happen here because they haven't all eaten yet. There's a good amount of plorts there. I don't know, for some reason that sprout looked weird to me. Couldn't tell you why. Oh, it's storming. It is storming at the Rainbow Fields today. Boy, having those storage capacity upgrades is super nice. Look how much we can carry. We just do it all in one trip. This would have taken at least two. Would have taken at least 2 go-arounds with the upgrades that we had up to the start of this stream. So it is very nice to have a couple more. Get this distributed. Okay, what do I want to pin as the next recipe? I think... Ooh, opportunity to try and replicate the bug again. Let's see. I don't know. Let me see here. Because I need the boom plorts for the Ember Valley portal. I think honestly, I'd rather have that over having the dash boots second upgrade. It's not like it'll be super long before I can get it. Because I just need to get more boom plorts, and we have a boom slime on the ranch now. I think the Ember Valley portal will provide more value. So let's pin this. And then let's mark all as seen. Now it stayed. I wonder... I wonder if it would replicate the behavior if I had something other than the pinned tab highlighted. I wonder. I'll have to try that next time I get something new here. Probably a decoration. I will go build this Ember Valley portal real quick. I can just afford it. Yes, please, and thank you. And I have just the spot for it. I usually like to set them up here. I just have this kind of be my teleportation hub right around here. Let's open inventory, grab that portal that's placed now. Starlight Strand here, so let's maybe put it, oh, I don't know, put Starlight Strand here, so let's put Ember Valley on the other side here, just like that. And that's our one-way portal to the Ember Valley all set up. So we can go there and we'll immediately pop up at this spot in Ember Valley, I'm pretty sure. Then we do whatever business we need to here, and we just take the one-way home teleporter that's over here. Pretty straightforward. I think I must have had a two-way teleporter set up at each of these then. I think that must have been how I did it. I would just have the other side of the two-way teleporter right next to the starting teleporter. I guess once we have more teleporters later, I can figure out how I want to set up the network in a potentially more efficient way. Make the most use of what I have at my disposal. For now, that seems like a pretty nifty bit of convenience to just be able to go to the Ember Valley literally from the conservatory whenever I want to. Nice and straightforward. While we're here, let's check. Thora gave us a call. Hiya, Bee. How's life out there on Rainbow Island? Gosh, it's even fun to say. Must be a hoot. You know, ever since I heard you were off doing something new, I got to thinking about my own life and what's the next new for me. Hobson and I have both seen and done so much in our lives, and one adventure after another across this dusty rock. And ever since we've become acquainted, we haven't slowed down one bit. So we're looking to take a new adventure, together. But we just haven't figured out what or where. Maybe we go exploring some hidden nook of the far, far range like you, or even set our sights to the stars like Hobson had done before. Whatever we decide to do, it'll be all the more special because we'll be sharing it this time with each other. It's that part that makes it all the more exciting. It's so hard to find someone in this world that fits you completely. Such a rare thing. Like finding two identical snowflakes in the desert. I know you feel that more than I can say. I ain't ever losing sight of just how lucky I am, Bee. I want to use the gifts the universe has seen fit to give me. You keep your head up, girl. We'll chat again soon. Dude, Thora is great. Just a very sort of down-to-earth kind of personality. I appreciate the very aged wisdom sort of vibe that she has. Very nice. Feels very cozy. Let's see, grab some of these guys here. Hoping this painted hen finally gets... Oh, yep, yeah, we've got something going. It's finally happening. Alright, let's get all the regular chickens out of here. Because, yeah, we've got multiple painted hens in here now. It's finally happening. Cool, okay. I need to drop these off. Hold on. Then I can grab these. Alright, seems good. Real quick, I'm gonna get these carrots out of my inventory and then get them back in so that they can be in the first slot, so that they're not just hanging out in this random middle slot here. There we go. I think that's possibly the only downside to having a larger storage capacity. Having to get things out of the inventory takes longer because there's more to get out of the way. We didn't end up getting the trash can slime toy, but that's fine. We had more important things to use that money for. Big Rock, that's definitely a new one. I remember that one on the list. Yeah, that's definitely a new one from the most recent patch. Let's see, is there anything else? I think it's basically just we need more money for stuff. Let me check the fuel supply of the drones. Yeah, they seem fine. Yeah, let's do one more quick sleep, get some more money. What do I want to have pinned, by the way? Let's see, I think the blue return home portal would be a good idea. Where would I want to put that is the question. I guess I don't really have a specific spot I'd put this right now, but it would be useful to have for the future. We have everything we need for it except for, surprise, surprise, the cash flow. As has basically always been the case. All we're really missing is just the new bucks to make it happen. Yeah, I think at some point in the near future it might be good to finish filling up the cotton plorts and then hybridize the flutter slime with a more valuable more valuable slime type. Or to be more precise, a slime type that produces a more valuable plort. Both price-wise, potentially, but also fuel-wise for the drones. Just because the cotton plorts, they really aren't doing a whole lot. The flutter plorts seem to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this situation when it comes to fueling the drones. They just really get it done. I think this one needs all of it. Yeah. Okay, we'll head on back, get the plorts that are in the back here, and then I think honestly that'll probably be a good place for me to call it. Mainly because I can feel my vocal cords starting to strain a bit extra. Well, these guys haven't even eaten yet. They're just now eating. Okay, well that's fair, that's fair. I don't expect them to be super prolific. Especially not during nighttime when they're sleeping. And that's something that was added pretty late into the early access as well. It's just slimes being capable of sleeping, because it's something that got introduced with a particular slime type that was added basically near the very end. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get all of these distributed there. Seems good. A little collection of ports here I can cash in real quick. We'll make the return home portal the blue variant that we just got the blueprint for recently. Let's get that made. And then for the future, I'm thinking the dash boots would be the next thing I want to kind of aim for in terms of what's available to me immediately. Extra tank would also be nice. Honestly, at a certain point, I feel like we're probably... I'm feeling we might want to start expanding the ranch a little bit more... or more specifically. I'm starting to feel like it's gonna need to happen. So we need all these different plorts from different areas now. And just going out and grabbing them is not exactly gonna cut it. Not with the quantities that we need them at. So let's see here. Let me think about what we need in terms of plort types. Because we need baddie plorts, we need boom plorts, we need rock plorts. We're gonna need to start setting stuff up from Powderfall Bluffs too for more tank capacity. Dash pad, that's what I needed, the plorts for. That's what I was thinking of. Okay. Yeah, I think at a certain point I am gonna have to expand the ranching aspect of things. But we'll leave the dash boots as the next thing I go for, because that's just gonna make getting around to everything that much easier and faster. But we'll worry about that next time. You know, I did kind of think that we would get both of the drone stations built today, but I didn't want to sit there and just only farm money until we got the second drone station. If I had not spent the money on all those different upgrades and things like that, I probably could have pooled into just getting the drone station. But the upgrades are really useful, so I feel like in the long run it'll pan out to be the better option. Because really the drones are just kind of set and forget. But I wanted to be able to upgrade some of the more actively useful components first. That way when the stuff is kind of simmering in the background, the stuff I'm doing more actively is going to be easier to do. We're making pretty good progress. We got pretty much, well, I guess we got half of the remaining Gordos. I was trying to think of how many. We've cleared out the Ember Valley pretty thoroughly. I think the only thing really left to do there is we have that mysterious door that we're gonna need that radiant projector device to get into. I think other than that, we've done everything there. We got all of its treasure pods. Basically, the only other things of value there are the slime types that we don't have on the ranch yet. And, you know, we've got the drone gathering lava dust, of course. But yeah. So we're pretty much done with Ember Valley, other than a couple of long-term ongoing resource requirements. Starlight Strand we're kind of poking into a bit more. I'm gonna want to set up our next drone that we get to just start collecting Moondew Nectar, because that is going to be important for dealing with that Flutter Gordo. And we also need to explore the Starlight Strand and get some treasure pod collection going there, because I think we only have 10 of them right now out of the 33 that are there. So unlike Ember Valley and even Rainbow Fields at this point, we are definitely a ways off from being done with Starlight Strand's treasure pods. It also doesn't help that there's a lot of nooks and crannies and a lot of additional verticality to the Starlight Strand. There's a lot of places, specifically cavern areas, that I have not been into in Starlight Strand yet. So we've still got plenty of places to go and find some treasure pods. I just also remember that place having a lot of vertical overlap in terms of how to mark the treasure pods on the map. So we'll see how I'll figure out how I want to mark those for my own personal benefit. We'll probably end up getting into more of the Starlight Strand stuff next time. Just try to really track down more of those treasure pods, get stuff cranked out there. Probably grab some hunter plorts while we're there, build some radiant projectors. I don't know for sure whether I'll want to do Powderfall Bluffs. If I want to really get deep into that area before I start entertaining the Gray Labyrinth or not. We'll figure it out as we go. For now, I think Starlight Strand is probably our next main target, since we've pretty well cleared out Ember Valley and Rainbow Fields. So yeah, I think Starlight Strand will be our next destination to kind of focus on. And then maybe Powderfall Bluffs after that? Because I don't know that I want to jump into Gray Labyrinth too early. Because that place, we're gonna have a lot to do. Let me tell you, it is not a small area. And I don't think I even really got to spend... I didn't spend a super huge amount of time with it when it did come out. Because I think the only stuff really left for me in early access when I was playing it before was basically just resource farming, but in a way that was relatively inconsistent compared to being able to gather other resources like Jellystone and stuff like that. It was a resource that's a little bit more hit or miss to kind of consistently acquire. So I don't think I ever wound up pushing through off stream to just gather more of that resource. But it sounds like they've added an extra way to get it. And I've also potentially learned of a new strategy that would also make it a little bit or a lot bit easier, depending on how well I can execute it. But that won't be for a while. We've still got a couple other places to clean up first. We are making some pretty good progress though. If we can get some more drones going, I would honestly like to start setting them up on the ranch and see how well we can figure out automation. Because that would make the plort collection side of things potentially a lot easier. As tempted as I am to set more of them up and collect plorts from out in the field, I do want to still have the ranching aspect be some component of this playthrough and not just completely eliminate it entirely by using the drones out in the field and just gathering everything from out in the field. Plus, it's nice to kind of have all of the slimes on the ranch and try to find some spots for them. And I want to see how the ranching mode works on those drones, because we're pretty used to the explorer mode by now. That's all we've been using on them. So I want to see how viable they are for ranching. But we'll need some more spare drones first. Ultimately, that's going to come down to probably mostly finding more of them out in other areas. There are a couple we can buy with new bucks, but of course that means we need a buttload of money. So money is going to continue being a major focus moving forward as we head into the Starlight Strand and beyond. But for now, I am going to go give my voice some rest because, hoo boy, I am definitely feeling the strain today in terms of my vocal cords. This has been a lot of fun though. I'm always very, very happy to get to play more of this game. It is a lot of fun. And it's definitely a game I can just kind of lose myself in and lose track of time. Not too many games really absorb me to that extent. Like, certainly there are games where I will potentially lose some track of time just because I'm in a flow state with it or something like that, but Not quite to the extent that a game like Slime Rancher 2 does it for me. The original game does it too, but it has been quite a long time since I played it. I think the last time I played that was... Gosh, it would have had to have been before or around the time that early access, probably before early access for Slime Rancher 2 happened, so it's been a couple of years since I last played it. So yeah, it's been a little while. But yeah, I'm gonna go give my voice some rest. Give the rest of me some rest too. This has been a lot of fun. I had a good time today, and I hope you all did too. I'm looking forward to really digging deep on the Starlight Strand next time, because we've definitely got plenty of areas that we have not really properly explored at all. So I see a lot of treasure pods in our future, that's for sure. We'll be grabbing plenty of them next time because I know where to look. And now apparently we have just a new way of locating them if we happen to be nearby. They just make noise now. They didn't say that in the patch notes, but my ears do not deceive me. And they also did add a few new treasure pods, it seems like. But the ones they added seem like they've been relatively obvious, so I'm not too worried about that. But that will be it for me for today. So thank you all for being here and hanging out. Looking forward to doing some more of this next time. I don't know for sure whether or not I will be doing a Saturday stream. Depends on whether I end up doing, if I end up working in an event this coming Saturday. So I will keep y'all posted on whether or not I do my usual Saturday stream or if I'm going to do another Sunday stream. But after this next stream, my schedule should be back to normal because we'll be done with the busy end part of the school year, or the school semester rather. So once we're done with this upcoming weekend, things should be back to normal Saturday streams for sure for me. But thank you all for being here and hanging out. It's been a lot of fun, but I am going to go give myself some rest. Just remember that somebody cares about you because I care about you. And until the next stream, take care, everyone.